circle and just cry. No one would have.
And it seems the deeper detectives look, the more admirers of beautiful Passionetta they uncover.
He did have a relationship with Passionetta that was sexual in nature.
Could one man's infatuation have turned to murder?
The type of crime that's committed by someone who is full of rage.
Located on Nebraska's eastern border, the city of Omaha got its start in the 1850s as a gateway to the West.
Omaha started as a railroad city. I think that's where the biggest population came when the Union Pacific Railroad was being built.
Its massive meatpacking industry fed a growing nation.
All the livestock was here. Cows and pigs, they packed all that meat here. And it was huge.
Today, one of Omaha's hidden gems is its diverse population and rich cultural roots, which can be seen in the north part of town.
North Omaha was traditionally there, a large theater presence there.
It's here that many acclaimed artists have gotten their start. And one of these artistic hopefuls is Passionetta Prince. Her mom, Beverly, is bursting with pride at the woman she's become.
She would line up a room when she get it, because she always had a smile on her face. She was very independent, very educated, talented.
In 2006, Passionetta is a 40-year-old single mother to Anthony. As if the 13-year-old doesn't keep her busy enough, she also runs her own daycare.
Little ladies and gents. She was a wonderful daycare provider.
Despite her busy life, Passionetta still finds time for her personal passion, acting. And when Phyllis Mitchell Butler meets Passionetta through their many stints in the local theater circuit, she knows the young woman has star quality.
She was such a fantastic actor. She loved the stage, and the stage loved her. Passionetta made it in album. That was a big dream for her.
But before Passionetta gets a chance at stardom, her curtain will close sooner than expected. Around 9:30 a.m. on Sunday, February 26th, Beverly is concerned when Passionetta is a no-show for her starring role in the church play.
As your mom, baby, and I kept calling herself in her house phone, and everything went straight to voicemail, straight to voicemail.
In fact,
Hell with them. Come on, Eva.
When I stand on the mountain and I say, do it, it gets done. If it don't get done, then I'll move on it. And that's the last thing in the world you want me to do.
I knew Max could not be forgiven.
Every one of you out there is trying to kill me for the last 25 years, and I'm still here. Ha, ha, ha. Now what?
On August 9th, 1969, unknown intruders broke into the fashionable Los Angeles home of movie director Roman Polanski and his pregnant wife, the actress Sharon Tate. There, they slaughtered her and 4 others. One night later, another home was invaded, when a middle-aged grocery executive and his wife were killed with equal brutality. In 2 days, an entire city was seized by fear. But it was months before the crimes were connected. And they were a small, bizarre character named Charles Manson who was charged with provoking his apparently fanatic followers to commit the crimes. And a national obsession to understand these people began. Who was Charles Manson? As he recalls, the pain of Manson's childhood began early.
I am a street child. I'm a runaway little girl at 15 years old out of Kentucky named Kathleen Maddox. I didn't have a husband. My husband's name was Scott. And he married somebody else and went down the road, and she went to Cincinnati, had a guy named Charlie Manson.
Charles Manson was born on November 12, 1934 in Cincinnati, Ohio, in Cincinnati General Hospital. His mother, Kathleen Maddox, who was just 16 and unmarried when he was born. His father was a Colonel Scott, who briefly knew Kathleen.
She was very, very motherly looking. She was as motherly looking as my mother was.
My mother went to prison for 5 years for strong arm robbery. Her brother had to deal a trick in off the street and put the yoke on it to get some money to eat.
And when I heard she was a prostitute, it just, I couldn't believe that either.
And she went to prison. And I used to visit her in the prison visiting room.
His mother's absence and rejection would make a life with her a dream of Charles Manson's throughout his childhood. Manson spent many of his early years in the small town of Macon, West Virginia, with its deeply religious aunt and uncle, living by all appearances a not unhappy small town life.
The house was a big, older house, but it was beautiful. He had just about anything he wanted, I would say. His aunt and uncle and grandmother took him to church. He didn't like going. The only thing he really liked, was the singing. Charles loved to sing.
But some of Manson's outlook on the world came from another uncle, a mountain man.
Out of the Kentucky mountains, when my uncle said, "We ain't surrendered. We're still rebels. And we won't be rebels until the end of time. Because I ain't accepted no Yankee school." He said, "Don't go to those schools, boy." So when I was 9 years old, I set school on fire. And I went to reform school.
Between 1942 and 1947, Manson spent periods of time with his mother and her assorted lovers around the Midwest. But then, unable to place him in a foster home, she allowed the court to place him in the Gibault School for Boys. After 10 months, he ran away to find her, but she would not take him back. This was a turning point for Charles Manson.
The only thing my mother taught me was that everything she said was a lie. And I learned never to believe anyone about anything.
He ran away from the school again and began a life of petty crimes, including breaking into grocery stores and stealing a bicycle. In 1949, after time in a juvenile center, he was sent to Father Flanagan's famous Boys Town. According to a 1949 article in the Indianapolis News, a dead-end kid who has lived in an emotional blind alley is happy today. He's going to Boys Town. Manson ran away 4 days later. Now just 13, he stole
Charlie's my
cars,
favorite
broke into
convict.
stores, and committed his first armed robberies. He was
My
then sent to
all-time
the
favorite.
Indiana School for Boys, where he claims he was raped and repeatedly beaten. He ran away 18 times. Now the punishments escalated after he stole cars, committed armed robbery, and held up gas stations. He went from the National Training School for Boys to Natural Bridge Camp to federal reformatories in Petersburg, Virginia, and Chillicothe, Ohio, where he was paroled in 1954. He was just 19 years old. Around this time in Los Angeles, one of Manson's future followers, Patricia Krenwinkel, was a little girl. Her comfortable childhood could not have been more different from Charles Manson's, but even her home was not without its sadness.
During the time I was brought up, nothing was talked about. I mean, my parents' dissolution, the marriage, you don't talk about that. You don't talk about the problems in your home. I never felt like I had a sense of who I really wanted to be or become.
In 1949, Leslie Van Houten was born into a solid middle-class family in Altadena, California. From an early age, she wanted to help the world. Her parents, too, would divorce.
I was always very creative girl, young girl, artistic. But I never, for a while, I wanted to be a school teacher. Somewhere along the line, I got distracted and I lost motivation. I believe that I was desperately seeking someone that I could love and hold on to and call my own. That somehow my dad leaving had left a space there.
In January 1955, back in McMicken, the 20-year-old Charles Manson married 17-year-old Rosalie Jean Willis. He held odd jobs but continued to steal cars, driving them across state lines.
1944, I went to juvenile hall. I didn't get out till 1954. I got a little girl named Rose, stole some guns, went to Georgia, burglarized a store, got a straw hat full of dimes, and came to LA. I turned 21 years old in the LA County Jail, but now I'm a hot second. I've been in jail all my life.
It was one of the curious facts about Charles Manson. He would often manage to commit small-time crimes that nonetheless violated federal laws and would bring tough penalties. A suspended sentence turned into a 10-year term after he violated probation on a charge of forging a very small treasury check.
I was struck by something initially, and that is that he had been sentenced to 10 years for attempting to cash a $43 treasury check, and he did 7.5 years.
From 1951 to 1967, Charles Manson's rap sheet shows a range of crimes, from mail theft to forgery to running prostitutes. It was at McNeil Island Penitentiary that Manson developed a skill at the guitar and an interest in music that would play an important part in later events. The man who taught him the steel guitar was an aging fellow prisoner, the renowned Depression-era gangster Alvin "Creepy" Karpis. More important, it was in prison, with its rigid codes of behavior and its hierarchy, that Manson developed his way of looking at the world.
See, I never realized that people outside are much different than the people inside. People inside, if you lie, you get punched. You get misused. You don't lie to the lieutenant. The lieutenant don't lie to you. There's a certain amount of truth in prison. And being raised in prison, I was raised pretty much in the light of that truth.
He did his own time. He pretty much refused to be programmed and go along with expectations of the staff. Apparently spent a lot of time in his cell, playing the guitar, writing music. He did attend a class, did very well in power of positive thinking class, which I always thought was part of his style.
He was released from prison in 1967. It's been said that he asked not to be released.
Fix this
He now
somehow.
spent more than half of his 32 years
This doesn't have
inside.
to work.
Prison was the only real home he'd ever known. What's more, Charles Manson had never known life with a real family. That would make a family of his own very appealing. Prison may have meant a life of little change for Charles Manson, but life outside was changing radically. It was a far different world now from the one he'd known before prison, and it was one where his particular skills would serve him well. It was the mid-1960s, and the Haight-Ashbury district of San Francisco was, for hippies and others escaping the mainstream, the promised land.
What we saw at its peak were literally thousands of flower children all over the country, all over the world, attracted to this movement. Moths to a Flames, Summer in San Francisco. There was a philosophy here that was totally revolutionary that they'd not heard before, and this was the epicenter of it.
I need some fuck. Shit. Oh. I hate complications. I got to fix this. Good. Move this off for a sec. Damn it. Maybe not. Yep, I gotta move this junk out. Shit. Boy, this is so complicated. Because it fell behind this stupid thing. It's okay. Okay, I think I got it. Exactly. Pain in the ass, what it is. Oh, there goes Jen's thing, damn it. Yep, it's this. One time.
alone at that point in time of the victims. He impressed them with the statement that they would not be harmed while a robbery was taking place. He then returned to the vehicle containing his crime partners and directed them to enter that residence and kill the occupants.
I'll just go back where I was. Okay. Maybe. Probably about right,
When I stand on the mountain,
right there.
Summer in San Francisco, there was
Okay.
a philosophy
Maybe.
here that was totally revolutionary that they'd not heard before, and this was the center of it. A lot of very young, creative, exploring people came there, but
I'm thinking I
then you
need to
started to
see
see
it
a
right
shift
now.
where
Through all that bullshit.
more disturbed, sicker, more trouble involved people started to come.
The hallucinogenic drugs like LSD were being replaced by stimulant drugs, speed particularly, that led to compulsion and paranoia, an innocent way to violence.
You may recall a song, the lyrics of which were, if you come to San Francisco, you better wear a flower in your hair. By 1967, if you came to San Francisco, you needed to wear a 45 in your belt. It had changed that fast. The kids were still coming from all over the United States with the same set of expectations, but the welcoming committee was very, very different. There was a brand of street theater that was hard to imagine.
I need to get a speaker for this fucking thing. For sure.
We've seen them in all shapes and sizes. I think this one is a girl walking in front of us. She has her hair ribbons, but it's hard to tell.
It was a scene where if you grew your hair and talked the talk, you fit in.
This was the scene which Charles Manson entered on his release from prison in 1967.
When he came out, he initially told me that there was nothing I could do, that that he could go back to prison. He was not afraid of it. He was not going to do parole. The parole was going to be onerous. He was clearly an antisocial personality. He was superficial. He was glib. And he was very adaptable.
and when I got out, all your children would come to me because they never had anybody tell them the truth.
He sized up people, I think, fairly quickly. And I think that's a skill you learn in prisons.
He said, so your father just kicked you out of the house. And that started it.
Lynette Squeaky Frome joined up with Manson early on.
It was easy to talk to him. And we talked on a number of levels. His mind intrigued me.
Charlie was what he needed to be at any given time.
Pat Krenwinkel was another early member of Manson's growing family.
I met Charlie when I was living at the beach with my sister, and she came home and said to go down to a friend's house, which I did, and Charlie was there, and he was playing the guitar. And so I was introduced to him there. And that night, we slept together, and I felt really loved by him almost immediately, mostly because I think at that point I was really desperate for someone to care. When we made love, all I was just crying to this man. It was like, because he said, oh, you're beautiful. I couldn't believe that. I just started crying.
Manson's family grew to include men. One of them was the young All-American Texan, Charles Tex Watson.
Charlie knew his sex for, number one, when people would come and he wanted power over them, men, he would offer them whatever women he had. And he had certain women he always put out front, which he called his friend street girls. They were the ones that he thought were the most beautiful, the ones that would be the most enticing. And that's what he would do. I mean, he was an excellent pimp.
Charles Manson was not only attracting followers, he was also exercising more and more control.
Whatever he believed, I would believe. And I would say and I would spout off.
I began to get increasingly uncomfortable with the amount of control and the way in which he used them. And you could see his sense of power and control growing.
But in Northern California, at least, the family was monitored by outsiders.
I saw him on a weekly basis. He would bring the girls into the office. It was a big occasion. I would go out to a home and see them. There was always that string. There was always some reality.
The family left San Francisco in the summer of 1967 and began an odyssey up and down the California coast. Moving from place to place was one way Manson kept his followers entertained enough to stay. They started spending more and more time in the Los Angeles area. There, Manson hoped to make a name for himself in rock and roll.
I think he felt that once he got down there, things were going to be very, very different. He had contacts with the Beach Boys.
It was through the women that Manson made his connection with Dennis Wilson of the Beach Boys. In Los Angeles, Wilson picked up two of the family women hitchhiking and took them home. Soon, Manson and the rest of the family showed up and moved in with Wilson for several months. Then, through Wilson, Manson did some recording, but nothing came of the sessions. Manson was always bitter that his music would remain unheard.
They came to the ranch, lady. I didn't go to them. They came to me. You're stealing my music every day. You're writing my songs. You're playing my game.
In August of 1968, longtime family member Susan Atkins found the family a new home, an old Western movie set and now writing stable owned by an 80-year-old half-blind man named George Spahn. Leslie Van Houten joined the family in the summer of 1968.
You know, all very fun in the beginning. Innocent.
At first, the family reveled in the crumbling movie set and the beautiful countryside around it. They play-acted roles they might have taken in old movies. It was like summer camp, and Charles Manson was head counselor.
It was a great place, actually. We could make anything we wanted. It was like having the Our Gang set. You know, you could turn it into anything.
The whole idea was to let time disappear. There was no time. We're all living now. Now was the only time.
See, at first, the magical mystery tour was that we would be cowboys or gypsies or pirates. Every day it was to wear a different role so that we would get more out of ourselves, and every day was Halloween.
Losing oneself, killing old egos, and replacing them with Manson and his very particular view of the world, it was the serious goal of all that play acting that Manson directed.
If you wipe away somebody's identities and society is corrupt, forget about everything you ever learned. But then you substitute your own philosophy. It's like wiping the blackboard clean and then introducing your philosophy, and then you become the absolute leader.
Bit by bit, the family became one with Manson.
One of his things was to stop you during the day and he'd put your palms up to his, and then he'd move them in any direction that he could. Or he'd make a series of faces, and then you were supposed to try to keep up with them. And the whole thing was always geared toward just complete mirroring of him.
One powerful way that Manson maintained control was through drugs, particularly LSD.
But we took hundreds of trips together.
The acid trips were exercises in total control.
With Charlie, he actually did almost like drug programming. I mean, he was the focal point at all times. And what seemed so amazing is that he somehow, because acid is a very powerful drug, and it's like I would feel like totally out of control, and yet I would watch him and he would seem totally in control. One of the things when I look back, I realized I didn't always see him take acid. I don't think he did. The idea was to get rid of all the conditioning, to die in yourself. So he would hold you up and say something to you. Say, see, I can see your mother on you. It's still the conditioning. You know, you haven't gotten rid of it. You're not dead yet.
Sometimes he would reenact the crucifixion when we were on LSD. And it was very realistic. I would die for you. And then the questions would begin. Would you die for me?
And what was the philosophy that Manson was offering? It had begun with the notion of oneness and the power of love, but over time, it grew steadily more paranoid. The messages to the family grew steadily darker. There was no right or wrong, and life and death were really the same thing. In fact, death could be a welcome step on the way to a better world. And in the fall and winter of 1968, as Manson saw himself more and more a lone visionary, he and the family spent more and more time in a place that only increased their sense of isolation, a remote outpost in Death Valley, Barker Ranch.
We really weren't in touch. We were allowed to listen to the Beatles and the Moody Blues and Manson's music.
Nonetheless, Manson was aware of what was going on in the nation's cities. Since 1966, city after city had seen rioting in black neighborhoods. The cry for black power was being heard alongside the ever stronger actions against the war in Vietnam.
We gonna make Vietnam look like a holiday. Because if America don't come round, America should be break down.
The family moved back to Los Angeles in January of 1969. Then the paranoia ratcheted up even more in early July, when Manson thought he'd killed a black drug dealer he also thought was a Black Panther. Now convinced that the full fury of the Panthers was soon to descend on the family, bitter about his failure to record his music, and most importantly, certain that a giant race war was impending, Charles Manson spent July and early August tense, paranoid, and angry. On the night of August 9th, 1969, at a house on Cielo Drive in Los Angeles, the actress Sharon Tate, wife of movie director Roman Polanski and 8 months pregnant, was at home with her friends, the hairstylist Jay Sebring, coffee heiress Abigail Folger, and Roman's friend, Wojtek Krakowski. A young man named Stephen Parent was also on the site, visiting the home's caretaker. That night's murders began with some preparations at Spawn Ranch.
I was with the children. We were in a trailer. I was with someone else, and we were in a trailer. And Charlie came and woke me up. And he said, "Get up. I want you to go somewhere." He said, "Get in the car." And I was in the car with Tex and Linda Sabian and Susan Atkins. And he said, "Do everything that Tex says." And we were off.
Tex Watson went onto the property first. When he came upon Stephen Parent in his car, he shot him 4 times.
We heard gunshots. He came back and told us to come with him. And we followed. Trying to get into the house, he eventually, I think he went through a window or something, returned to a front door and allowed the rest of us to enter. There was a man that he was dealing with, and I think that was Jay Sebring, I believe. He had him on the floor or something, and he was going to tie him up. And he asked Susan to check the back rooms. And what began to happen is a scuffle started taking place between Tex and the man and Jay Sebring, and he shot him, and everyone else at that point obviously was getting really frightened and scared. And what eventually took place is that there was an attempt to tie everyone up, and when there was an attempt to tie everyone up, eventually Abigail Folger started to get herself undone, and she took off. I ran after her with an upraised knife, and we went out through a back door out onto the lawn, and I started stabbing her. I ran her down, and I began to stab her. I remember her saying, I'm already dead.
It was Tex Watson who delivered most of the fatal blows at the house that night.
We were so locked in, like, it's just like, okay, this must be this. And when you just become more in more like a robot, like somehow this must bring it.
The scene left behind was grotesque. There was blood everywhere. A rope tied twice around Sharon Tate's neck was looped over a beam and tied around Jay Sebring's neck. Abigail Folger and Wojtek Frykowski lay on the front lawn. Stephen Parent lay dead in his car. And on the front door, in Sharon Tate's blood, was the word pig. Besides being shot and bludgeoned, the victims had been stabbed a total of 102 times.
When I got back to the ranch, I got out of the car. Charlie came up and asked everybody how it went. But that was the first time I looked at him and I said, Charlie, they were so young. And he just said, go with Tex.
The next night, another attack. This time, it was at the home of grocery company executive Lino LaBianca and his wife Rosemary in a very different section of Los Angeles. Manson knew the house because he'd attended a party at a neighboring home in the past. Along this second night would be Leslie Van Houten, anxious to prove her loyalty to Manson.
I knew that people would die. I knew that there would be killing.
Manson, Van Houten, Krenwinkel, Watson, Atkins, and Linda Kasabian drove around for a while before they stopped at the LaBianca house. Manson went inside, tied up the LaBiancas, and then left.
Pat had a knife. And I tried to hold Mrs. LaBianca down, and I couldn't do it. And Pat went to stab her, and she couldn't do it.
Leslie was still trying to hold her because she was struggling. And I went and got Tex.
And Tex went into the bedroom. And I stood in the hallway. And I looked into an empty room in the den. And I just stayed there. And I didn't move. And I have no sound memory of Mrs. LaBianca dying. All I remember is staring into that room. And then Tex turned around and handed me the knife, and he said, do something. Because Manson had told him to make sure that all of us got our hands dirty. And I stabbed Mrs. LaBianca in the lower back about 16 times.
The scene at the LaBiancas was no less macabre than that at the Tate house. A carving fork protruded from Lino LaBianca's stomach, a knife protruded from his throat, and the word war was carved in his flesh. Mrs. LaBianca was in the bedroom, her head covered by a pillowcase with a lamp cord tied around her neck. And on the walls, written in their blood, were the words, death to pigs, and rise, and on the refrigerator door, the words, helter skelter.
I said, if you're gonna do something, leave something with you. Just like I would tell you, if you're gonna do something, do it well. And leave something with you. Leave a sign to let the world know that you were there. Have a good day.
The two victims had been stabbed a total of 67 times. Meanwhile, the news of the first night's murders had hit LA like an earthquake.
There was a terrible fear, terrible trepidation on the part of the Hollywood community that this killing, this ritualistic killing, had something to do with celebrities. And so a lot of the high-profile Hollywood stars, apparently Sinatra left town. Tony Bennett was living in the Beverly Hills Hotel, one of the bungalows he moved inside. Steve McQueen supposedly drove around with a gun in front seat of the car now, all because all reacting to the Sharon Tate killing.
It was amazing. Everyone's got a piece of the story. Everywhere you went, there was somebody saying, did you know that they found this thing? And that, you know.
It seemed everyone wanted a gun. 200 guns were sold by one Beverly Hills store in 2 days. It took 2 weeks to get a lot of it. Police were interviewing many careful about their habits. One local in the film business said, "Toilets are flushing all over Beverly Hills. The entire Los Angeles sewer system is stone." Now the rumors started to fly.
The first rumor that hit, as far as the crime was concerned, was that it was drug related. It was a drug hit. And on top of that, it was Roman Polanski's wife. People knew about Polanski's film, Night in the Water, all of these strange, dark, mystical movies involving drugs, sex, and killings.
Sharon not only didn't use drugs.
In the beginning, there were those who thought Roman had an involvement in this. It was conjecture Polanski quickly denied. It was terrible for him when he came back from the funeral. And Warren Beatty was telling me this. I mean, people thought he somehow had something to do, which of course he didn't. In spite of the obvious similarities between the Tate and LaBianca murders, the police believed that the second crime was merely a copycat incident based on news reports of the first, and the two investigations were run quite separately. During the investigation, the family was actually arrested and released on an unrelated charge of auto theft. They then headed north to the safety of Barker Ranch in Death Valley. On October 10th, the family was rounded up on new charges of auto theft and arson. And while they were in jail, the LA murder cases broke open. Family member Susan Atkins was implicated by another member in an earlier crime. Jailed in LA, she blabbed to cellmates about the Tate and LaBianca murders. "The more you kill, the better you like it," she told them. Then one cellmate repeated the stories to the police. In December of 1969, nearly 4 months after the crimes, Charles Manson and 5 family members were charged with the Tate and LaBianca murders. What some called the crime of the century would now move on to a trial that would mesmerize the city. The trial of Charles Manson, Pat Krenwinkel, Leslie Van Houten, and Susan Atkins for the Tate and LaBianca murders began on June 15, 1970. Manson demanded and was refused permission to serve as his own attorney. Still, from the beginning, it was clear that Manson was in complete control of the defense.
You have to realize that I viewed Manson as being the main defendant. To convict his co-defendants and have him walk out of court, I think, would have been an unsuccessful prosecution. The problem was that Manson was not at the murder scene. He did not physically participate in these murders, so I had to bring him in by way of circumstantial evidence, and also by the law of conspiracy.
At the heart of the prosecution effort was the bizarre story of Helter Skelter, the stranger-than-fiction doomsday scenario that Charles Manson had woven from his earlier certainty in the coming race war. Helter Skelter was a name he'd taken from a Beatles song.
Manson envisioned that white people would turn against the black man if they thought the black man had committed these 7 murders, and ultimately there would be a civil war between blacks and whites all in the street. During the war, he told us, we're going to hide out. We're going to hide out in the bottomless pit in the desert, a place he derived from Revelation 9, a chapter of the last book of the New Testament. Manson foresaw that the black man would win this war. But later on, he said the black man, because of inexperience, would simply not be able to handle the reins of power. So we have to look around at those white people who had survived, who had escaped from Helter Skelter. They said, we'll come out of the bottomless pit. Quoting Manson, we'll send black down his way to take the cotton, and we'll take over the leadership of the world.
Chief prosecution witness was Linda Kasabian, who had driven the car on the night of the Tate murders. She agreed to testify in return for immunity.
Can you get out of my way?
The mood around the trial and throughout LA was as bizarre as the accused themselves.
It may be more than 6 months before the Tate case finally goes to trial here at the Hall of Justice, but Hollywood isn't waiting. 2 movies about the mass murders already are in the works. One producer said his film will concentrate on the hippie clan charged with murder and explain on the screen why they might have done it.
Day after day, Manson would come into court and by turns intimidate and amuse.
He was playing to the staring something. He was always staring at people. He'd stare at the jury, and they would turn away. He'd turn around and stare at spectators.
During the trial, as in their lives before, the three women took all their instructions from Manson.
The entire proceedings were scripted. By trial, every day we'd meet, and he'd decide, well, today I want you each to stand up and hold your hands in some stupid symbols. You're going to get up and scream. Each day was scripted, and on that day we proceeded through the events. With Manson, he believed that everything we did was creating some picture that was going to go out in the universe and somehow change it towards his will.
The daily march of Van Houten, Atkins, and Krenwinkel, smiling and singing, was unnerving to anyone who saw it on the news. The song they were singing was one that Manson had written. After disrupting the proceedings a number of times, the rest of the family was banned from the courtroom, so they moved to the hallways and kept a vigil outside. At first, the mood was almost festive.
So, today, come on, Squeaky, you can't really be serious about that, And we would banter back and forth, so it was a joviality.
But continuing to shock the courtroom, Manson carved an X into his forehead in late July to symbolize his removal from society. The following weekend, the three girls followed suit. National attention on the trial included unwelcome notice from the highest level. President Richard Nixon spoke of Charles Manson in a speech on August 3rd.
Here's a man who was guilty, directly or indirectly, of 8 murders without reason. And here's a man yet who, as far as the coverage is concerned, appeared to be rather a glamorous figure.
And the next day, a smiling Charles Manson held the headline up to the jury as the defense demanded a mistrial. It was denied in spite of the defense team's best efforts.
The President of the United States says somebody's guilty. What recourse do you have? You answer the question.
Inside the courtroom, the most dramatic moment occurred on October 5th, 1970, when Manson lunged 10 feet towards the judge. He was restrained, and the trial continued.
It certainly was within earshot.
On November 16th, the prosecution rested, and the defense then rested without calling a single witness. Struggles with Manson and changes in the defense team were constant, but there was still alarm when defense lawyer Ronald Hughes did not show up in court. His body was later discovered in a wilderness area. One ex-family member has claimed he was murdered for disagreeing with Manson over Leslie Van Houten's defense. On January 25th, 1971, after 9 days of deliberation, the jury found each defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit murder and murder in the first degree. In a separate trial, Tex Watson was also found guilty and sentenced to death. In the penalty phase of the trial, the women did testify and tried to exonerate Manson. And now the instructions for Manson were changing.
One of the things that Charlie always promoted about himself was, I don't lie. And all of a sudden he was asking every one of us to lie on a daily basis about something. Well, say this, say that. But I didn't do that. And it was like, you lie, a God lies.
On March 29th, the jury called for the death penalty for all 4 defendants, a finding the judge then upheld. In protest, the women shaved their heads.
Before that clerk reads that verdict, you don't always say life or death. It's a very tense, suspenseful moment. And I looked over at Manson and now here's someone who always spoke about the beauty of death. Because I was telling everyone, death is a beautiful thing, and maybe when we kill these people, we're doing them a favor, they don't realize it. But I was with him for 9.5 months, and he fought very hard for his own crimes. So there was just pure hypocrisy on his part.
The defendants faced the death penalty now. To at least one of them, it was a kind of relief.
I was more than willing to go to the gas chamber. I didn't fear it. The death penalty for me at the time it almost justified my not having to deal with what I had done. It was the eye for an eye. They're going to kill me. I don't have to deal with it.
And then, in 1972, the Supreme Court overturned the death penalty. Death sentences were commuted to terms of life imprisonment. In the case of Charles Manson, there was a certain irony involved.
He told me after the trial, well, Yossi says, you haven't achieved anything here. He said, all you've done is send me back to where I came from. I said, well, yeah, Charlie, that's true. But as far as I know, you've never been in the green room before. The green room is a reference to St. Clinton, gas chamber. Next year, I was driving my car radio was on, and I heard where the U.S. Supreme Court set aside the death penalty for the University of Georgia. And the very first thought that came to my mind is that what Manson had told me at the end of the trial was true. That all we did is send him back to where he came from. He doesn't mind prison. So in a sense, I hate to say this, in a sense, Manson is beating the rap.
It was 1972, and Pat Krenwinkel and Leslie Van Houten were still young women with a lifetime ahead of them. A lifetime to face what they had done. More than 25 years after the murders at the Tate and LaBianca homes, Charles Manson, Patricia Krenwinkel, Leslie Van Houten, Susan Atkins, and Tex Watson are all still in prison serving life terms. All have been reviewed for parole numerous times, but it's always been denied.
You can have the rest of it.
Charles Manson has not even attended all of his hearings.
I don't think there's a decision upon this.
Now Charles Manson is over 60 years old, and Tex Watson and the women are in their mid-40s. And to listen to Manson, Pat Krenwinkel, and Leslie Van Houten today is to hear very different memories of those events a quarter century ago.
If anything, the older I get, the harder it is. Mrs. LaBianca was younger than I am now. I took away all that life.
I see blood in here every day. Every day someone's getting shot, someone's getting cut, someone's getting beat. I've lived in that all my life. That don't wrinkle up my forehead. You can pile 100 dead bodies up in front of my cell and it don't set me to do nothing.
Every day I wake up and know that I'm a destroyer of the most precious thing, which is life. And living with that is the most difficult thing of all. And I do that because that's what I deserve, is to wake up every morning and know that.
You know, it didn't happen overnight. He spent a lot of time taking middle-class girls and remolding them.
I never broke nobody's will. I never told anybody to do anything other than what they wanted to do.
Oh, Charlie's just absolutely lying. There wasn't one thing done that was even allowed to be done without his expressed permission.
Wait a minute. I said, you do what's best for you. You do what you feel is right. You do what you think is right. Now, whatever you think is right, it's got to be right. All I'm doing is I'm walking with you. I'm walking with you. I'm walking in line with you. And I'm holding in line with you. What you do is up to you. It's got nothing to do with me.
You know, I take offense to the fact that 25 years later, Manson doesn't own up to his share in this. I take offense to that. I take responsibility for my part. And part of my responsibility was helping create him.
Every once in a while I get letters from children. And they seem to think that what we did is all right. There is nothing that we did that is all right. Nothing.
He was not Jesus Christ or Satan. He was a very odd, bizarre, high-energy little antisocial who had some poor, confused, middle-class dropouts who decided to follow him. And he got into a situation where he had enormous power over these people, and he pulled it all together into this incoherent, hateful kind of plan. And there was no one there to say, Charlie, girls, this is crazy.
stab wounds. Victim Jay Sebring was killed by multiple stab wounds. On August 10, 1969, the prisoner drove his crime partners to a location near the residence of victim Lino and Rosemary LaBianca. The prisoner entered the LaBianca home alone and then pointed and tied up the victims. He impressed them with the statement that they would not be harmed, that a robbery was taking place. He then returned to the vehicle containing his crime partners and directed them to enter the residence and kill the occupants. He informed them not to notify the victims that they would be killed. Crime partner Charles Watson, Patricia Krenwinkel, Leslie Van Houten then entered the residence, and the prisoner drove away from the scene. Crime partners entered the residence and in a callous manner killed Lino LaBianca by inflicting multiple stab wounds to his neck and abdomen. Rosemary LaBianca was killed by multiple stab wounds, which were inflicted to the neck and trunk. The crime partners carved the word war on Lino LaBianca's stomach with the use of a carving fork. And both of the murder scenes, prisoners' crime partners used blood of their victims to write the words. Under case number A267861, the prisoner was received into the institution on December 13, 1971. For violation of first-degree murder with prior term. Pistol, knives, and swords were used in the following crimes which the prisoner committed with crime partners Bir Olsia, how do you pronounce that? Beausoleil, Ann Atkins, and Grogan and Davis. The prisoner directed the crime partners to go to the home of victim Gary Allen Hinman and have him sign away his property. The crime partners followed prisoner's directions, and on July 26, 1969, they contacted the prisoner from the Hinman residence. The prisoner and Davis then went to the Hinman home, and the prisoner struck Hinman with a sword, severing a part of the right ear and causing a laceration to the left side of the face. From his ear to his mouth, the prisoner and Davis then drove away from the crime scene in Hinman's Fiat Mobile. On July 27, 1969, after suffering 3 days of torturous treatment, Hinman was killed by a stab wound through the heart, which was inflicted by Beausoleil. When Hinman was found in the Topanga Canyon home on July 31st, 1969, he had been stabbed through the heart, in addition to suffering a stab wound to the chest, a gash on the top of his head, a gash behind the right ear, and a laceration on the left side of his face, which cut his ear and cheek. This concludes the reading of the defense. Do you have any additions or questions, Mr. Vance?
I'd like to know who signed that.
But nobody put the name on it because it was conducted in 1982. Your hearing that was conducted at that particular time. And that's a reading of the incident that Vance has taken from the probation office report at the time of the trial that you had. Do you have any corrections or additions to that?
Well, we could correct the whole thing. Because it's basically hearsay.
Okay, you remember what I said at the beginning of the hearing that I said that we accept as true the court findings in the case. In fact, if you were found guilty and you are guilty of those particular murders. If there's any change or anything you want to say,
So all of that is reality to you.
yes. Yes, we accept this true.
And even if it never happened, it's still reality to you.
Yes, because you were found guilty by a court of law.
And all the things that in that courtroom that went through that courtroom is reality to you.
Yes. Okay. It's true.
Now let me just say one thing.
Okay.
9 black Muslims and 3 Mexicans signed a writ that said I was Jesus Christ. Is that reality to you?
I didn't read that in the
Well,
report.
it's in the record. I mean, you know.
We have your C file and all the reports that are made available to us. And I think we know most of it, but that's a reason for the hearing, Mr. Vance, that you can bring these things out.
I think that if you look in your own mind for every point, there's a counterpoint. For every red, there's a black. For every black, there's a red. In other words, what you're making me into in your reports so that you can write your books and do your Rambo trips and make your movies for public entertainment is not really what happened. And what happened could have been explained. But if you will allow me to call a witness,
No. We do not allow witnesses in here.
Now, if I was in a panel, I'd like to question that man.
No, we do not allow that, Mr. Manson. We have a procedure that we follow. Now, if you want to tell about the crime,
Okay.
then go ahead and tell about the crime. Otherwise,
Then I will say it, and if it isn't true, you can interrupt it. Through you, and then we can talk through you. Is that legal?
You may.
It says here that I'm calling witnesses on this paper here. It says I got these rights to do this.
Please respond to either any additions or corrections to the incident offense that I just read.
Yeah, I didn't tie anybody up. I was never on the scene when one was killed. I think the law says you can only keep me 17 years or 18 years if I was never on the scene when anyone was killed. I was never on the crime scene. The closest I came to the crime scene is I cut him with zero in a fight over some money because the Frenchman, he wouldn't pay the Frenchman. And I told him, why don't he be a man about himself and pay his debts? We had a fight. So in order to hook me up to that, they say, well, they tortured the dude 3 days. I was gone from that scene of that crime for 3 days. I was never on the scene of any crime. I never told anyone directly to go anywhere and do anything. I always said, and most of them come to the witness stand, I said, like, you know what to do. You have a brain of your own. Don't ask me what to do. I just got out of prison. I don't know what's going on out here. I haven't been out of jail long enough to really get a perspective of what was happening. I just was released from McNeil Island, and I was in Mexico City prison before that, and I was in Terminal Island before that. So I really wasn't up on the 60s as much as you all make me out to be. I had just got out of prison. Most of those people, like Kasabian, I knew her 2 weeks. I had seen her 2 or 3 times around the ranch. I had never even been with the broad that much. People came around me because I played a lot of music, and I was fairly free and open because I really didn't know, honestly. Everyone says that I was the leader of those people, but I was actually a follower of the children because, like, I never grew up. I've been in jail most of this time, so I stayed in the minds of the children. And I'm pretty much a street person, so violence is no new thing to me. And people getting hurt around me is no new thing. I've lived in prison all my life. That happens all the time. I've always walked on a line in Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana, all across this country. Cook County Jail, Chicago, it's always about fighting. That's part of everyday life where I live, you know. So a lot of the things that people were doing were just their own little episodes that they get involved in, and they looked at me like I was something like a friend or a brother or a father or someone that understood, because I learned in prison that you can't really tell anyone anything because everybody's got their own perspective. And all you can do is reflect people back to themselves and let them make up their own mind about it. So when Beausoleil come to me with, could I be a brother, I told him certainly, you know. So we were like in a little brotherhood together, like we didn't lie to each other. And whatever he said do, I would do. Whatever I said do, he would do. But as far as lining up someone for some kind of helter-skelter trip, you know, that's the district attorney's motive. That's the only thing he could find for a motive to throw up on top of all that confusion he had. There was no such thing in my mind as helter-skelter. Helter-skelter was a song. And it was a nightclub. We opened up a little after-hours nightclub to make some money and play some music and do some dancing and singing and play some stuff to make some money from doing buggies to go out in the desert. And we called the club Helter Skelter. It was a Helter Skelter club because we would be there, and when the cops would come, we'd all melt into other dimensions because it wasn't licensed to be anything. And that was kind of like a speakeasy back in the moonshine days behind the movie set. And I'm an outlaw. They're right there, you know. And I'm a gangster, and I'm bad, and I'm all the things that I want to be. I'm very free within myself. I cut people, and I shoot them, and I do whatever I have to do to survive in the world I live in. But that has nothing to do with me breaking the line. Let me explain something about the penitentiary in my mind. I came to Gibraltar in Terre Haute, Indiana, overlooking the federal penitentiary in Indiana. And I was raised by a bunch of monks. that taught us how to tell the truth and how to play handball and how to box in the boxing ring. So I learned to fight early, and I ran off and stole a bicycle, and then I went to reform school for that. And I ran off from reform school, and all my life I've been in prison. I've been in jail running off. I've never went to school. I've never grown up. I've never accepted the system. I've always accepted the old man, the old winos, and I accepted the retired veterans that were guards at the prisons and cottage supervisors and such. But there's a line that man walks. All men walk the line. And I walk that line in prison. I don't tell on other people. I don't carry tales about other people. If someone's going to kill themselves, I feel obligated by Christian ethics to tell him, don't do that. Your life is worth more than that. But if he continues to go on a self-destructive path, I step through his way. I get out of his way. I've learned that in prison. Someone's got a knife and they're going to do something, I say, don't do that. And they say, I'm going to do it. I say, I'm gone. It's got nothing to do with me. So they called me on the phone and said, the guy's got a gun. What do I do? I said, well, if he's got a gun, he must be afraid of something. I'm right there in Bolsonaro murder.
Yeah, I think he's got.
You know, I'm right there on the telephone where he called and asked me what to do. This is the point where I got convicted.
Go ahead.
It would come from a witness stand that went on the telephone. The only thing that ever connected me with Hinman's murder was Porcelay called me and asked me what to do. And I told him, you know what to do. I didn't tell him, like, you know what to do. I told him, man, you're a man. Grow up, juvenile. Don't ask me what to do. Stand on your own 2 feet. Be responsible for your own actions. Don't ask me what to do. I just got out of prison. I don't want to go back to jail. I know what walking that line. It's a straight razor in the barbershop in McNeil Island. I worked in a straight razor. I worked in the barbershop in McNeil Island. I was with all the old men that came out of Alcatraz. I don't break the law. The old man tells me, if you don't break the law, you don't have to go to jail. If you break the law, you're putting yourself in jail. The law is there in the will of God. If you break that law, you're breaking the will of God, and you're going to go to jail. When I got out, that was my symbol. Everybody else was doing this, different symbols. I would do that. And they say, what is that symbol? I say, that symbol is I got one positive thought. I'm in a rebirth room. I just come out of prison. I got a chance to start over. And I'm starting over. And I'm not breaking no laws. So don't come around me with no nothing. I don't want no running. I'll eat out of garbage cans. I'll stay on the complete bottom. I'm underneath the snake. Not breaking the law. So a lot of people came to me from the underworld and in the outlaw world and run away from the war, from the Vietnam War. That was, what's his name? guys to testify for motorcycles. They're retired people. Came off in Venice, California. They took the witness stand and they said they could get away with it to get their cases dropped. There wasn't a witness that took that witness stand. They didn't have
Whether the hearing, just talk about the crime of the change, what I read.
well, that's what made that. That's what wrote that down. Is what all these people said to you guys. You know, they told you all these trips about what I said when I said it. How the hell can you possibly know what I said to somebody 25 years ago in the corner of when we were all talking to ourselves, and I couldn't even remember what I said. I may have said just anything, but I know what I would say now, and I don't lie, so I know what I would say then. You know, and I certainly wouldn't tell nobody to go in and do nothing to anybody that I wouldn't want done to me. I got to listen. I got enough sense to know that if I spit on you, then that gives you the God-given right to spit on me back. Anything I do to you, you got the right to do right back to me, and I'm not going to get caught up in that. I've been in jail long enough to know if you go over on the other side of that yard and you beat somebody up, and you walk that lines, pretty sooner or later somebody's going to beat you up.
Okay, let me go on a little bit, okay, and talk about crime and criminality. You covered it pretty well. It says here that you started your criminal history when you were very young. Is that right? Back in '48, you went to Terre-Haute, Indiana boys' school because of a burglary in a grocery store. Then you went to AWL school, which was placed in Indiana State Reformatory.
Before you get into that, before you rush me off into that, every time I go to these committees, I'll wait 2 or 3 years, and I'll sit in the cell, stare at the wall for 2 or 3 years, just wait for you. And then when you get here, you can't even give me 5 minutes. You're in such a rush, you know. And then, you have to slow down with my mind and to see what your mind is. Let me say this: the courtroom, Charles Older would not have been sitting on that bench had I not went in the courtroom. So we're kind of like married in this thought together. Like we're together whether we want to be here together or not. You know, we're stuck in this madness. You know, I don't want this job. I'm not getting paid very much. You know, and you're certainly going to get paid if you take your time. So give me a time to finish what I was trying to do. Will you, please?
Is it on the crime?
Yes, sir, it is. Yes, sir. It's the very same thing that you read. You know, I kind of anticipated what you were going to say because you've been saying the same thing for 20 years. This has grown so much that the people living in my life have moved in with uniforms and penitentiaries. They built whole penitentiaries in fear that they've generated off of this case. So the public can feel safe against this monster. We're going to charge you $200 million to build another set of penitentiaries. So people living in my life, they don't care whether I broke the law or not. They'll make up a lot of things and sell a lot of books, 58 of them to be exact. and billions of dollars have been made. And it's okay if I have to spend my life in prison. Let me finish. Just to hold me, because I've shown you some strong strength, and I haven't surrendered to this by copping out to your or telling tales on someone else or playing weak. You medicated me, you burned me, you beat me, you stabbed me, you've done everything you can do to me, and I'm still here, and you're still going to have to face the truth about this case sooner or later. If not here in the street.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to give a closing statement, and you can read that and talk about that at that particular time. We're going to now talk about your prior criminality. I said before, and I think you stated that you were placed in a boys' school at an early age, 1948, for burglary. You tried to escape from there or run away, whatever it was, and you were placed in the Indiana State Reformatory. At the end, when they were all in February of 51, you sold all the bill, went to Utah, you were arrested there, and you were convicted of the Dyer Act and sentenced to the National Training School for Boys in Washington, D.C. Your adult convictions, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 adult convictions, beginning in 1955 and ending in 1969. They consisted of the Dyer Act, you were sentenced to 3 years in federal prison for that. Attempted escape, 5 years probation, forgery, bail theft, 10 years suspended. Los Angeles probation violation, 10 years federal prison, McNeil Island, Washington. South Ukiah, interfering with an officer, 2 years probation, and in Ventura, for reducing possession of a driver's license, and in Los Angeles was the incident of offense of murders. And you said you also spent time in Mexico in prison.
Yeah, I was in Mexico.
Prison down there?
Mexico City prison, yeah, immigration prison.
What was that for? What was that for?
I had been accused of killing some French people and a couple of dudes in Albuquerque.
And how long were you in prison down there?
I was there a couple of different times.
Couple of times. I have here on this personal facts, Mr. Benson, that you were born on 1954 in Cincinnati, Ohio. Your mother was Kathy Maddox. And you never saw your natural father.
That's not true.
It's not true.
No, my father's name was William Fancy.
William? And did you live with him for a while?
No, it's one of those divorce trips where you see a guy walk by and he's your father, and you really don't. I remember his boots. I remember when we went to the war. I remember his uniform, but I don't remember what he was.
Your mother was arrested shortly after the birth and sentenced to prison for assault and robbery.
Yeah.
You lived with your maternal grandparents in West Virginia. You don't have a southern accent. You later resided at foster homes until you awarded in 1947. The rest of the juvenile life was spent in various reformatories and boys schools in Pennsylvania. He dropped out of school at the age of 9, third grade. He married Rosalie Lewis in 1954. Married in divorce in 1956. He had one son, Charles Jr. One result of his marriage. He did not see his son. I don't know. He said he had no military service.
Like something else. That's still there.
Used LSD extensively, gasoline, ketamine, addiction, and no alcohol.
Single mom Lori Levy can settle into her small town home. She vanishes without a trace.
You know, she didn't get up and walk away from her children. I couldn't imagine her not holding her boyfriend. But it's the one.
Let's go by with no body, no bad guy. Detectives still don't know if Lori's dead or alive.
We didn't know where she was, but she knew something was terribly wrong.
As detectives whisper, answers may line on a pin in Lori's life, or just maybe a shark.
This guy was a stalker type of person, making accusations she having affairs with other people. He's very possessive.
It's behind Lori's disappearance, or did a stranger?
We're just going to keep going till we found her. There was no ending until
Lori was back home.
A couple of fishermen reel in a catch. That's the thing everyone's been dreading.
Hoping for a fine, they opened it, but instead got the shock of their lives.
How well do you know your... In every small town in America, when an outsider moves in, neighbors always seem to come out of the woodwork. So in Brango, New York, she's the talk of the town.
Lori's greatest quality was that she could make a friend in a minute, and she could always make anybody laugh. Her laugh could make anybody laugh.
She was the life of the party, but not in the normal sense. She just had this aura about her that people were drawn to her, I guess.
She and her two little boys are certain they'll soon feel right at home in this peaceful upstate town. It has a special storybook charm.
The people at Chittenango have established a strong relationship with a favorite son of theirs, L. Frank Baum, the author of the Wizard of Oz stories.
This wordsmith's legacy is so revered that Chittenango locals are proud to walk in Dorothy's footsteps as they follow the yellow brick sidewalk along Main Street. So while this fairy tale town isn't in Kansas, for Lori Leonard, after a string of bad luck, it sure seems there's no place like her new home.
There are a lot of families who live there all their lives because that's where their families came from. And their families going forward in the future will live there. They are Chittenango people forever.
The single mom moves into it where her two young boys, 7-year-old Jake and 5-year-old Bryce, can thrive.
Lori's boys were her absolute number one priority. Everything she did was for them. Lori was excited because the boys were going to have their own room. The boys were going to have a yard, and there was a creek behind there.
She wanted the kids to have their own place. She wanted the dogs to have a place to run around and the kids to have a place to call home.
More importantly, Lori's new waitressing job is just a few blocks away.
She was really excited about the fact that she could just walk home from work and they would have all the rest of the night together.
Big Sis Jen lives close by to help out in a pinch, which might come in handy. After failed relationships with her son's father, Lori is looking for a tin man to steal her heart.
Her goal was to have a husband that was fantastic to the boys and with the boys and for her. She wanted somebody that could complete their family.
For now, Lori's nephew, Jen's 15-year-old son, Dustin, fills in as a male role model for her boys and as a buddy to her.
We were really close. I wasn't scared to tell her stuff. Like, I didn't think she'd judge me on any of it. She just
It means Lori's finally found that place over the rainbow where dreams come true. But a storm's brewing that will sweep away her newfound happiness. On Thursday, May 5th, 2005, Jennifer Leonard's stomach is in knots. It's nearly 9 in the morning, and her sister Lori was supposed to pick up her boys 2 hours ago after dropping them off the day before so she could finish unpacking and take a quick trip out of town.
When I woke up and she wasn't there, I started to get nervous.
she would have called somebody. She would have told someone that they're going to have to watch the kids a little longer.
Jen hasn't heard a peep from her younger sister since Lori left for a road trip to Albany yesterday afternoon. And Lori hasn't answered Jen's calls.
I think because they were so close, they're sisters, they've known each other their whole life. She knew that something was wrong as soon as it was wrong.
Supposedly, the plan was to leave Chittenango around 1, putting Lori in Albany around 3 to pick up Yankees tickets for the upcoming season. The tickets were a free gift from a man she met at her last job at a casino. But Big Sis Jen now wonders if Lori was supposed to meet him at a hotel.
I thought the guy wanting to meet her in Albany at a hotel and wanting to actually hand deliver her the tickets was a little funny. I thought it was weird that he didn't volunteer to mail the tickets.
When 24 hours pass, with still no word from Lori, her family gives into their worst fears.
It was kind of like on autopilot. No one had heard from her
it wasn't panic mode, I guess. I wasn't panicking yet, but I was nervous.
Unfortunately, Jen doesn't know the Yankees fan's name, or if he holds the ticket to finding out what's happened to her sister. And she's been striking out, calling Lori's friends.
I just feel like I'm jumping out of my skin. I'm having some kind of anxiety attack. And I'm like, I just want to get up and run out of here. I just feel like something's wrong.
Then Jen has an idea. She rings up Lori's 29-year-old ex-boyfriend, Sean Doyle, who was in town over the weekend helping Lori move. Even though the two had broken off their long-distance relationship 3 months earlier, they kept in touch.
She needed a truck, and she couldn't afford to rent one, so he offered.
When Jen gets a hold of Sean, he seems to have no idea that Lori's missing.
He had said that he last saw Lori go get the Yankees tickets, and he acted very surprised that she wasn't around.
Maybe Jennifer's imagination is running wild, or she's just being overprotective of her little sister. So Jen asks Dustin to do some sleuthing, while she keeps her focus on Sean.
Got a call from my mother saying that she wanted me to go check at the house to see if she was there, see if anything was amiss. I can't explain it, I just felt like something was wrong.
When Dustin arrives at his Aunt Lori's house, he sees her car in the driveway.
When I first saw the car, I figured, okay, she's home, everything's alright.
But after he peeks inside her car, a chill goes down his spine as he sees her keys are still inside.
That's when I really knew something was wrong, because if she was in the house, she wouldn't have left her keys in the ignition.
She doesn't leave her keys in the car, and in my mind, I guess there shouldn't have been a car there if she was helping.
I kind of felt my heart drop and like a sickness come over me.
Dustin quickly heads to the front door, but it's locked. When he hears Lori's dog start barking frantically, he's even more determined to get inside.
Wild banged on windows and yelled out for her, and eventually just went through the window.
Once in the house, Dustin's shocked to find that Lori's dogs have been fending for themselves for some time.
The dogs haven't been fed in a while because they found a bag of dog food and ripped it open themselves and were eating out of that. She wouldn't leave the dogs without food or water if she was going out on her own. And Lori!
And when Dustin steps foot in his Aunt Lori's bedroom, what he sees only confirms his fears that something is wrong.
The bed was not made at all, so I was kind of worried.
The comforter is missing completely. But even more bizarre, Lori's favorite shoes are still there, and the way they're positioned puts Dustin on edge.
One was by the door and one was upstairs on her bed. Those are the shoes she would always wear when she would go anywhere. So at first I thought maybe there was a struggle that started from the bed to the door. I couldn't figure it out.
Dustin and Jennifer are pretty certain Lori left the house in a hurry. But why? And without her car?
And I said, something's not right this time. It's just not. We have to call the police.
As Lori's loved ones live out every family's worst nightmare, they play a waiting game that goes into overtime until the case. It's been over a day since Lori Leonard disappeared while moving into her charming new cottage in Chittenango, New York, the hometown of Wizard of Oz author Frank Baum. And locals are wondering about the fate of the bubbly mother of two, including TV reporter Bill Carey.
There was great anxiety in the community because the uncertainty about what had happened to her raised concern among a lot of people. Did you have somebody out there who was abducting people?
But Lori's sister, Jen, refuses to think the worst.
It was important to me to keep hope alive that Lori would come home because I couldn't imagine her not holding her boys again, her boys not holding her again, and I couldn't imagine ever giving up.
Good thing Jennifer's got Chittenango's A-list police officer working the case, Corporal Tom Nidell. He's seen it all in his 15 years on the force.
The first few days of the investigation are so crucial because the longer it goes on, the colder that the trail gets.
And there's no time to lose, since Jen last spoke to Lori yesterday more than a half ago.
So we had to figure out what happened to Lori between the time that Jennifer Leonard had talked to her and now. Considering the way that the family described Lori to us, Lori taking off on her own really wasn't an option.
So Officer Needell heads right over to Lori's cottage. When he gets inside, he quickly notices there are no signs of forced entry. In fact, there aren't many clues at all.
There weren't any signs of a struggle. We didn't find any signs of overturned furniture or blood or anything like that within the apartment.
Luckily, the veteran detective knows that sometimes what's not there is just as important as what is. And after a thorough search of the house, he realizes that something valuable is missing.
We did not locate Lori's purse or her cell phone, which was an indication to us that either Lori had taken them with her, or if Lori had met with foul play, somebody had taken those from the residence.
As the detective leaves Lori Leonard's home and starts putting together the pieces of the puzzle, the picture isn't very encouraging.
You have a woman that her car's in her driveway, her purse linens are missing off her bed, her dogs hadn't been left out in days. There was definitely something suspicious with this investigation.
Stranger still, none of Lori's credit cards are in use.
Red flags really started to be raised as more and more time went on.
So Officer Needell turns to the man Lori's sister said helped her move just 2 days earlier. And maybe the last person who saw her, Lori's ex-boyfriend, Sean Doyle. Even Lori's sister Jen wonders if he's involved. She's clearly not a fan of the man Lori met through an online dating site just a few months ago.
In the beginning, he portrayed himself online as somebody who loved animals, somebody who was totally family oriented, that loved kids, and those are the things that Lori was looking for.
But a different side of Sean emerged once he and Lori got to know each other offline and in person.
And I think that all the different things that he had told her online, maybe here and there she was picking up on the fact that it wasn't the case. And it really wasn't what she expected it to be. It wasn't going to be good for her family.
Sean Doyle was not a particular police record that Lori was aware of involving drugs, but it turned out that Lori was not aware of a darker record over the years of Sean's run-ins with other girlfriends and his ability to strike out physically at these women.
Jen doesn't know if Sean ever struck Lori, but his record shows he did serve time for assaulting his past paramours.
There was a couple of times when Lori saw a jealous side to Sean, and I think that was another one of those red flags that she was like, okay, you're really not who you portrayed yourself to be.
So as Detective Needell gets ready to track Sean down, he recruits a fellow brother in blue to help with the case. A guy who lives to solve whodunits. 15-year veteran investigator, Wade Irwin.
I've often told people if anything ever happened to me, I would hope to God investigator Irwin would be on the case to find out whoever was responsible.
And Detective Irwin wastes no time digging into the case at hand.
Sean did have a prior record of arrest for assaults, prior reports for domestic incidents, and when, as an investigator, you see that type of activity, it definitely sent to this individual.
Did Sean's anger rear its ugly head again? This time aimed at Lori. To find out, these crime dogs trail Sean like Toto following the yellow brick road, making the 3-hour drive to his house in Hudson Falls, New York. Sean answers the door, and it's clear this thug is no cowardly lion.
I believe Sean Doyle wanted to portray himself as a bad boy and a tough person. He was covered with tattoos, he wore bandanas, a lot of coke.
And when asked where he went once he and Lori said goodbye that day, Sean doesn't miss a beat.
Sean Doyle's alibi was that he left Lori Leonard's apartment in Chattanooga. He traveled to his home in Hudson Falls and drove home with no stops.
on to say that he got back home around 4 o'clock that afternoon and that his family can vouch for it. So police focus on Sean's shadowy love life to see if it sheds any light on Lori's fate.
We looked into Sean Doyle's criminal background, and he did have prior record of arrest for assaults.
While Lori told Jen she broke things off with Sean, he says that's not so. He claims he was the one who ended it about 6 months ago because Lori had strayed.
Sean Doyle was upset with Lori Leonard because, as he told police, she was dating other people.
Sean says the two remained friends over the last few months. That's why he helped her move. But investigators wonder if he was still packing a grudge and unloaded it that day.
Maybe he was upset. He was shunned. They had a tumultuous relationship. He would have motive to cause injury or to do something to Lori.
Yet Sean keeps telling police he had nothing to do with Lori's disappearance. He swears she was alive and well when he walked out the door to head home.
Sean Doyle never admitted to physically harming Lori Leonard or any other person.
Sean claims detectives are barking up the wrong tree. The guy they want is the mysterious Yankees ticket holder Lori was supposed to visit in Albany the night she disappeared. So detectives decide to pitch some questions at the new prospect.
Because sometimes if you focus on one suspect, even while Sean Doyle was a person of interest and had a record that might draw their attention, that perhaps somebody else might have been involved in this case.
Like Lori's sister, Sean doesn't know the Yankee fan's name. But since Lori met him at the casino, maybe her former co-workers can help identify him. So detectives ask Washington County Police to keep an eye on their local boy as they head back to Chittenango, hoping to get the scoop on this mysterious ticket master.
We didn't have a whole lot of information other than she was going to Albany. Was the meeting supposed to be a secretive meeting? Did she not want people to know about it? We didn't know, but it gave us hope that we could get further information to see if she actually made it to the meeting or not.
When detectives arrive at the casino, it seems their gamble pays off, because a waitress fills them in on this wild card suspect.
We identified the man as Randy Sharp. Randy was an executive for a large company. He had traveled for business to the casino, and he had met Lori one night while she was working.
According to Lori's former colleague, it was about a month ago that Randy and Lori struck up a conversation that lasted well into
Randy offering these season tickets that he has.
But with Randy living in the Big Apple, about 100 miles south of Albany, and Lori the same distance away in Chittenango, the state capital sure seems like a strange place to meet. Was Randy's promise of Yankees tickets a trick play? Did he have an ulterior motive that changed the game in the ninth inning?
Maybe he had an expectation that something was supposed to happen, and she wasn't under the same expectation, and when it didn't happen, he could have possibly done something to her, could have physically harmed her.
So investigators head off to Albany to see if the Yankee fans struck out. But will they get lucky with their newest suspect? Or is their winning streak about to end? It's been over a week since anyone's seen or heard from Chittenango, New York's newest resident, Lori Leonard. And a dark cloud of concern has settled over her friends and family. They can't help wondering if the story will have a happy ending.
To just think got harder and harder because, you know, if she was gone for that long, but she probably wasn't coming back.
I couldn't put any of my feelings into any kind of frustration and terror.
Chittenango detectives share the Leonard's frustration, but an end to their struggles may be in sight. Investigators have a feeling fellow baseball fan Randy Sharp may be to blame for Lori's disappearance.
It struck us as odd that she had to go to Albany to get tickets from Randy. We don't know if they met previous times. We don't know how long they had known each other.
I was like, no, Lori, you are way too trusting. She didn't know the guy, and I was hoping that it would all fall through.
that seems even more suspect since neither Lori nor Randy live anywhere near the scheduled meeting place. Perhaps it was just an excuse to get innocent baseball-loving Lori alone.
She expected that the tickets were over for free, and we were concerned that maybe he thought there was some action that he was looking for, and that didn't happen, which upset him and led him to possibly harming her.
So these top cops take a trip to New York City to see if this Yankee is actually a Dodger.
We went to Randy's house. It was in an upscale neighborhood. It was a nice neighborhood.
And when Randy opens up the door, detectives grow even more suspicious of this.
That he appeared to be a little bit nervous. We noticed he had a wedding ring on.
Why did this married man invite single Lori to meet him at a hotel in Albany, hours away from his wife in NYC?
There have been a number of cases where a man has strayed, has then been worried about the effects of that type of situation, and has decided to remove the only witness to that indiscretion.
Was Lori the victim of a two-timing man with a guilty conscience? The line of questioning has Randy shaking in his fancy shoes. In fact, he's so worried about the topic, he refuses to let police inside.
It became apparent that he didn't want his wife to know what we were talking to him about and why.
Sure seems like this supposed family man may have been a bad boy recently. But Randy readily admits to planning the hotel rendezvous, explaining he was in Albany on business. And he insists that Lori stood him up.
He told us that he was concerned that Lori had not arrived at the hotel at 5 o'clock when she said she was going to.
Randy simply assumed Lori changed her mind and did several messages on Lori's cell phone, though she never called him back. But police aren't sure his story rings true.
The initial impression about Randy was that he was hiding some emotional attachment and maybe some moral wrongdoings.
To find out, police leave him in the city that never sleeps and head to Albany for answers.
In this case, she was going to Albany, so you have to check everything between here and Albany.
Turns out there's no sign of Lori on the hotel's surveillance tapes. And Randy's business colleagues confirm he was present for all scheduled meetings. While it's not a foolproof alibi, detectives just don't get the feeling he's to blame. So with heads down, they go back to the drawing board.
The ups and downs of the investigation are very taxing. It's very hard on you as a person. It's very frustrating.
The stress is also taking its toll on Lori's sister, Jen.
There was a lot of different emotions. You know, you're looking at her little boy's eyes, and there's just tears rolling down their face. I was frustrated, really frustrated.
Detectives assured Jennifer they will rest until the case is solved. Crime that through the online dating site where Lori met Sean.
The fact that she was using an online dating service and had a communication with a number of different people opened up the avenue to interview other potential witnesses or suspects.
After reviewing Lori's history on the dating site, police come across a curious profile. An online Casanova who stands out from the crowd, Todd Owens. While a long list of lovely ladies had their sights set on Todd, he seemed to have eyes only for Lori.
They had met, they had dated, they had spent time together. And the communication was recent.
The police told me that he was very infatuated with Lori, and they were really interested in talking to him because when someone is infatuated with somebody, then they go to different lengths to be with them.
Looks like Todd may have thought Lori was a perfect match. But did she? Maybe this ladies' man has done something to Lori that he can't delete. Ever since Lori Leonard went missing in the spring of 2005, folks in Chittenango, New York have been tossing and turning in their beds. A month after her disappearance, bleary-eyed locals are still lurking around.
They want somebody in custody so that they can sit back and at least have a sense of peace and moments of quiet in their small town.
Residents don't know it yet, but police have their sights set on someone who Lori recently made a connection with online. 38-year-old construction worker Todd Owens. Living only miles away, Todd had the hots for Lori since making a love match on a dating site.
One of the people that she was talking to on the internet was very infatuated with her.
Sounds like this Romeo was quite smitten with Lori after a romantic dinner for two, but the feeling wasn't mutual.
You know, there was no chemistry on her end. If a guy didn't fit what she wanted and needed for herself and her boys, then there wasn't going to be any time wasted with them.
Now investigators want to know if Todd lashed out when Lori brushed off his advances. While Todd admits to pressing for another date, he swears that's as far as it went. Police aren't so sure.
People want what they can't have, and when they can't have it, sometimes they lose control of their emotions. And a person's attitude is if I just
He hasn't talked to Lori since their last date. Even so, police asked Todd where he was the Tuesday Lori went missing. And he quickly pulls an alibi out of his back pocket, claiming he was working at a construction site. So detectives follow up with his boss, and it sounds like Todd's story is strong as steel, and his record is twice as solid.
the only thing that Todd was guilty of was maybe being a little overly obsessed with Lori and wanting more out of a relationship that she did.
With Todd cooling as a suspect, police can't help but wonder if their luck will ever change, even as they go back to pounding the pavement looking for suspects.
There is always pressure on a police department with an open case that has drawn a lot of attention in the community and media to resolve this case.
As weeks turn into months without any big leads, Lori's sister, Jen, also worries they'll never know what happened to her.
It feels like you're in a snow globe and you're stuck and your hands are up against the inside and you're watching everybody else's life go by and you are angry.
Point was we really needed a big break in the case. A witness, somebody who could tell us what happened, or unfortunately, we would need a body.
Chicago detectives aren't the only ones on the lookout for Lori Leonard. Their counterpart, Washington County Detective Bruce Hamilton, 2 hours up the interstate, is also up to speed on the case.
I first heard about the Lori Leonard case during a monthly intelligence meeting that we had. All the agencies from the county and surrounding counties would come in, we'd discuss cases.
On July 24th, 2005, Officer Hamilton has the name of the missing woman on his mind when a frantic call comes in from a fisherman on the banks of the Champlain Canal on the outskirts of town. Seems the angler just reeled in a gruesome discovery.
He's a bit of a scavenger, and when he saw the toolbox floating near the surface of the water, he had hooked onto it. I don't know what he thought it was. I think he thought it was probably just an empty toolbox, which was fairly light until he started pulling on it and realized there was some weight to it.
Hoping for a fun find, the fisherman opens it and gets the surprise of his life. The shocking contents, a body wrapped in a blood-soaked comforter.
It was so unusual kind of thing that you would find somebody that way here in Washington County. We do have things that go on here consistently by the toolbox and waterway isn't one of them.
On the scene in minutes flat, Hamilton carefully unwraps the blanket, revealing a petite blonde who endured the unimaginable. Since she's naked from the waist down, it's a good guess she was raped. At some point, her attacker covered her nose and mouth with duct tape and cuffed her hands and feet. And beside her are sandbags to weigh down the toolbox in the water.
I was horrified. And to think that somebody would do that to somebody else was really kind of an eye-opener.
Whoever's to blame isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. The woman's purse is inside the box, complete with her ID. And sure enough, it's Lori Leonard.
At that point, it was we found her, we got her, we got to do the right thing and make sure we do the best investigation possible.
Detective Hamilton sends Lori's makeshift car
case would come to closure. So
When the gut-wrenching news
I broke down. I always thought not knowing would be worse, but now I don't. I think it's one and the same.
I remember feeling like I cracked. I mean, your sister was in a toolbox. How do you ever wrap your mind around that being said? You think about every single thing and like subject.
But Jennifer knows her tears won't bring her sister's killer to justice.
When they found Lori, there was still no time to grieve and no time to wrap your mind around it because the next thing you had to do was make sure that they picked him up, make sure that they kept him in jail.
Luckily for Jennifer, after Lori's case airs on the 10 o'clock news, police get a phone call from a woman who saw the story and just may know the ending. Does this tipster have the solution to Lori's mysterious case? After an exhaustive 3-month search, police have finally found the body of Lori Leonard. Now, there's just one question on everyone's mind. Who put her in the toolbox that was discovered in the canal?
We hadn't eliminated anybody. Focus on one thing and lose sight of the other.
Luckily for detectives, the medical examiner has 20/20 vision, and he thinks Lori's autopsy might just solve this one-of-a-kind mystery.
When they removed Lori from the toolbox, they discovered that under the layer of duct tape that was on her lower face, that she also had a bandana crammed into her mouth.
The coroner determines that the bandana was the murder weapon, causing Lori to choke to death. But that's just half the story.
Her hands were located in the box with her, and when we examined them, they appeared to have been cut off, which suggested to us that they were removed after she had been bound, because you would have been able to get them off otherwise.
Which gives detectives a clue.
For someone to remove the pants, to me, they're indicating there may be a sexual component to this.
Because Lori's body was submerged for months, a rape kit doesn't produce any DNA. However, police don't need it to figure out the motive.
Whomever had done this to Lori, it was their intention to hurt her or to teach her a lesson.
Good thing investigators may be about to snap another piece of information onto this puzzling case. A woman named Sandy calls police to say she just watched the 10 o'clock news. Detectives.
It was exciting because I wasn't sure what we were going to run into.
She identifies herself as Sean Doyle's neighbor and claims that Lori's ex had the same toolbox that was pulled from the canal.
When she initially saw the toolbox in Sean's truck, she was like, why do you have that? What do you have that in your truck for? And at that point, he said that he kept his fishing gear in it so nobody would steal it.
What's more, around the time Lori went missing, Sean took the toolbox out of his truck, and she never saw it again.
When the acquaintance asked him what was up with that, he gave her a vague answer. Basically said that he had gotten rid of it.
It could just be a coincidence, or maybe a nosy neighbor itching to make headline news by pointing the finger at Sean. Even so, there's something police simply can't ignore. The location of Lori's makeshift coffin.
It was within a couple miles of his residence, so he jumped to the top of the list.
Sure seems like this suspect is in over his head, and police can't wait for another go at him. However, when police take their second shot at Sean, he won't cooperate.
He had obtained an attorney, he invoked his rights, so we didn't try to interview him.
Close to his chest, police decide to up the ante themselves. They start by talking to more of Sean's neighbors, and it seems as if Sean's tough guy attitude matches his wardrobe.
We were able also to talk with people that said that was part of his attire, that if he'd go out in the evening, he would have a pair of handcuffs in his belt.
Maybe they were the same handcuffs he used to restrain Lori before she was viciously murdered. And prosecutor Kevin Courtwright is ready to tackle the case.
It's so important to solve these cases for the family's sake and for the community's sake. It's an awful thing to have an unsolved case because you never get closure for anybody.
So Kevin grants police a warrant to search Sean's home, and it's a move that pays off in spades.
During the search of the house, we located a pair of handcuffs that were identical to the ones that we had found on Lori when she had been autopsy. We found numerous bandanas. He had a huge collection of bandanas. Sean was always known for wearing bandanas on his head. That was his signature, his trademark.
It's a murder weapon that fits the crime, and the bandanas are identical to the only damning piece of evidence police find hidden in Sean's home.
In the garage and under the porch, they found sand tubes, which matched the sand tube that was in the truck box with Lori Leonard's body.
The tour of Sean's house has certainly been fruitful, but the key to solving the case is found outside in his truck.
The state police located a key in the glove box of the truck, and when we matched the serial number on the key to the lock on the recovered toolbox, they were identical.
4 months after Lori Leonard was reported missing, police finally have enough evidence to arrest Sean Doyle for the crime.
He really didn't seem to be surprised. He was a little bit nervous, but myself, investigator Irwin, and a state police investigator confronted him in the workplace and took him into custody.
While under arrest, Sean never once admits to being behind Lori's murder.
I think Sean's the kind of guy that would never admit it anyways. It would show a weakness on his part, maybe, or that he believed he did nothing wrong or somebody else had done it.
Sean's silence doesn't matter much, because in December of 2005, he's charged with second-degree murder sentenced to 25 years to life in prison.
The jury came back and said guilty. For 5 seconds, maybe, I was excited, and then back to upset. But it didn't last long. Knowing he still has a life to live, and she doesn't, it makes anything hard to be happy about.
While nothing can bring Lori back, her sister Jennifer knows the world is a better place with Sean behind steel bars.
Am I glad he's gone? Absolutely. Would I wish more that happened to him? Yeah. I remember thinking a lot that I wanted him to feel the pain he was putting us through.
Police may never know exactly what happened, but based on the evidence, they think it went like this. Sean is helping Lori move into her new duplex, hoping to strike up an old flame, but she refuses to rekindle their relationship.
Yeah, he was very jealous. Her going to even see someone to get Yankees tickets made him mad.
And that sets off controlling Sean, who unleashes his anger
over who was boss or how dare you treat me this way. He restrains her with the handcuffs on her ankles and her wrists. Duct tapes her mouth so she can't talk, she can't cry for help.
Leaving Lori utterly defenseless against the sexual assault.
He cut her pants off. I believe he sexually molested her at that time.
Lori's unable to breathe and suffocates to death. And prosecutor Courtwright has no doubt that was Sean's plan all along.
It's been my theory that he put himself in a place that he would be alone with Lori Leonard. He knew the kids were going to be gone. He had his kit ready, his murder kit with the tape and the handcuffs. And he waited till he was alone with her.
In an effort to cover up the crime, Sean wraps Lori in her comforter and stuffs her body and purse into his truck's toolbox. And drives home to Hudson Falls. Using sandbags to weigh it down, he drops the makeshift casket into the canal later that night, hoping it and the truth will never surface. But they do.
I'm proud of the folks that worked on this case, executed. I'm proud of the way it turned out, and I hope it gives some closure to the family.
One thing's for certain, with a killer behind bars, the residents of this small town can finally rest easy. But Lori's sister Jennifer is sad that Chinango never got to know how special she was.
Sean took away my sister that I was absolutely blessed to have. Everybody in my family was blessed to have Lori. There's not a lot of people like her.
A church-going Pennsylvania family is nearly wiped out by a grisly triple murder.
Police officers see a lot of scenes that are gruesome, but they never ever expected this.
Neighbors were in shock. Is the killer a stranger now long gone? Or one of their own hiding in plain sight?
We had no idea this was somebody that was within the family, knew the family, or was just passing through.
Detectives zero in on someone near and dear. But a jaw-dropping moment reveals who really did it.
That mistake shock is unbelievable.
A twisted soul full of rage.
A serial killer that just was getting started. If we didn't arrest him, he would have killed again.
How well did English country. The town of Lancaster has a quaint air that speaks of a simpler time. It's a slice of all-American living that's tailor-made for the Haynes family, whose love of hearth and home is unmistakable to neighbor Kate Olson.
Daughter, the father and the son, very close to each other. They always seemed like they were doing things together.
Thomas, a sales manager, and nursery school teacher Lisa are a loving couple looking forward to their 22nd wedding anniversary. The only thing as strong as the pair's marital bond is their love for children, Maggie, who's 20, and 16-year-old Kevin.
Tom and Lisa seem to have dedicated to those two children, wanting to do everything in their power to make a good life for their children.
The two kids give their proud parents plenty to brag about. They were intelligent kids. Kevin was known to be brilliant.
Just looking at him, he looked like a very smart kid. Just quiet, one of those ones that was like a bookworm always reading.
Big sister Maggie just finished her sophomore year at Bucknell University.
Maggie was in the biology department. When it came to her studies, she took them so very seriously.
However, home is where Maggie's heart is. And when summer break comes in 2007, she's glad to be heading back to the family fold. It doesn't take long for this tight-knit group to fall into a familiar routine.
They were like believers, so innocuous, conservative, and very predictable.
They had a little garden out front. They would all be out there, pulling weeds and tidying up. It just seemed like a happy, tight-knit little family.
But shadows lurk in the corners of even the cheeriest homes, and the Haynes clan is about to find.
Hi, everybody. I'm John Holmes.
Like who's John Holmes? Holmes is one of the biggest stars in the X-rated film industry.
Who just walked in? Rock and roll.
It's the best party I've ever been to.
In the summer of 1981, the Hollywood Hills was the place to be. Life was just too good. The party couldn't get any hotter.
LA in the summer, anything can happen.
The nights couldn't get any longer.
The money or the guns in 2 days.
And he couldn't get any bigger.
You want to see it?
Sure, John.
Miss Girl. What happened, Joe?
I had to share that with you.
The Southland is in shock today over a series of brutal killings that occurred here on Wonderland Avenue early today.
I know about the robbery that you and all those dead people up on Wonderland pulled on Eddie Nash.
You are in great danger. You gotta get away from him.
John was the only one who knew about the Nash hit.
Don't believe a word he says.
Everywhere!
Did you go back to Wonderland?
You're gonna do to those guys on Wonderland what you did to me.
Eddie Nash has got a gun to your knee. He says he's gonna kill your wife. What would you do? Val Kilmer, Kate Bosworth, Josh Lucas, Dylan McDermott, Lisa Kudrow. I'm gonna tell you a story. A story called Wonderland.
Early that afternoon, Rod King Johnson dumped on the end to scroll
I'm a runaway son of a nuclear age bound. I am one so goddamn boy, one who searches and destroys. I can got it up and I please, but I gotta save my soul. Baby, take me off me. Look out, honey, 'cause you can take my ain't got to ain't no apology.
with twins. Finally, about 4 months ago, he shows up, says they were it's all the bigger house ready to go. Okay. All right. You're from the wrong place. You see it. It's happening on us. I need a snack first. What you got, Margaret? Not me. Never will. Oh, come on. What do you think, Brian? Hang on. What did you do? Rowley Club. Like
next and I'll make my money on that.
You're great.
Flesh.
What the fuck? Come on, just get up and get to the site. Come on, all right.
Let's go downstairs. He said, John, you're told us to see that.
Where the fuck is John? What the fuck? I don't need my violence. I'll tell you whatever you want. Tell me the fucking truth. There's nothing in there. Nothing in that thing. You fucking tell me the fucking combinations. This is.
All the drugs are on the stop.
This was Eddie Nash. We were hitting Eddie fucking Nash and we were screwed. I mean, if I had known it was Nash, I would have look, I know. It's the one. Found it.
They're here! They're here! Excuse me.
What's going on, guys? This is Black Bigot. I'm with Jimmy the Hobo, and we are on our way to 8763 Wonderland Avenue in the Hollywood Hills section of Los Angeles, California. You may not necessarily know that address, but you know that name, Wonderland. So we're going to the place where the murders were committed, the Wonderland murders, made famous not necessarily only for the fact of the pure brutality of the crime that was committed, but because it involved legendary porno actor John Holmes. So I've been reading about this story for the last 10 minutes, so forgive me for not knowing the exact facts of the murder, but I'm pretty much going to summarize it like this. There was a nightclub owner by the name of Eddie Nash. On the 29th of June, 1981, he was robbed. Pretty bad home invasion. People getting beat up, pistol whipped, kicked in the face. Really, really bad robbery. So a few days later, Nash is driving around town, and one of his buddies notices John Holmes walking down the street. So he sees on John Holmes's head what appears to be a ring. And guess where the ring came from? That robbery. So Nash said, "Okay, I know who did this. These assholes at 8763 Wonderland Avenue. I got something for them." So on the 1st of July, 1981, 2 days after the original home invasion, some unknown assailants, unknown staying because no one has ever been charged, or they've been charged, excuse me, but no one's ever been convicted of the crime. But people broke into 8763 Wonderland Avenue, and there was 5 people in the house. They're pretty much just a bunch of drug-dealing losers. And the police are not sure what exact weapons were used in the bludgeoning of these people. Some say it was hammers, some say it was serrated pipes, whatever. But of the 5 people that were in the house, 4 of them were brutally murdered. bloodiest murder scene he's ever seen in his life, and he's the same detective that did the Sharon Tate murder scene. So we all know how bad that was. I mean, Sharon Tate was an actress, very, very famous actress in the 70s, that was murdered by Charles Manson's followers. I believe 7 people were killed in that scene. But blood on the walls, blood everywhere. I mean, a horrific crime scene. John Holmes was originally tried for murder. So they never really got anybody for the murder. So it's one of those old Hollywood murders that to this day remain unsolved. So we're going to just go up to the house and check it out. Okay, guys, so we are at 8763 Street here in the Illinois section of Los Angeles. Now, in case anybody was familiar, check the crime scene out. You're going to notice that they don't have the address on their mailbox. They don't have the address on the curb. So, because you'll have people like us, like looking for what's coming out here, wanting to check out what happened. But that's why it is out here. The murder took place at about 3 o'clock in the morning. And you would think when you hear people being bludgeoned to death, that it would wake up the whole neighborhood. But they used to have like a lot of parties here. So if you have like people screaming and stuff like whatever, blah blah blah, they just thought it was another party. Or so that's the supposed reasoning of it. And to this day, nothing's ever been said about it. Yeah, that's just how it goes. Alright guys, anyways, so the lady here, the reason why they took the address off, like I was saying earlier, is because you have guys like us, like over here wanting to check it out. So he out and scolded us. You know, I know she probably thinks we're being creepy and we're coming out here at night, but we actually didn't really need to come out here at night. This was like just a last minute decision to come here. You know, so she's more than likely going to call the cops on us. So, you know, the Black Bigot does not run afoul of the law. So I'm going to get out of here. But what did she say when she came out here? She's like, don't you have any respect? I don't know if she knows my channel, but it's not a channel of respect, that's for sure. But I feel bad that people to come out here and bother these people like I'm doing right now. But this is the guys, the notorious out there. Well, they'll have to stay murdered!
Adele Nasrallah steps off the plane from Palestine. 1953, he's got 4 shovels in a bag of dirt. In 1954, he's got a little hot dog cart on Hollywood Boulevard, right outside the Seven Seas restaurant. By 1960, when he parlayed the money, he gets to the Seven Seas in 4 places. By 1969, he got like 25 liquor licenses. So he's got price. Here's a guy who has been under investigation for larceny for the last 5 years. Yet he still goes out to dinner with the fire department. Rumor has it that he has got 40 acres in the desert filled with skulls, except his remote, so we can't identify him. But close. And he's dead.
My name is Kirsty Mitchell. I'm a fine art photographer from Surrey, UK. For the past 6 years, I've been working on a deeply personal series called Wonderland that is created in memory of my mother Maureen, who passed away from a brain tumour in 2008. It is almost impossible to put into words what this body of work means to me, or the person it's dedicated to. My mother was an English teacher of over 30 years. Her life's great passion was storytelling, literature and books, the way that art and photography are for me now. After I lost her, I needed a way to block out reality. She was my best friend. I felt I needed to do something that would celebrate who she was as a person, and creating this project as a book intended in her memory was how this journey began. To be honest, I prefer to call myself an artist with a camera as opposed to a photographer. The reason being the enormous amount of work I have to go through before I press the actual shutter. I design and hand make all the costumes, props and sets. In some cases it can take up to 5 months to produce every element for one single image. Sometimes the photographs are directly linked to the tales my mother read to me. They are inspired by the illustrations, the titles, the memories I have of us reading together. But nothing I make is a recreation of anything that already exists. I deliberately wanted to produce works that people would project their own ideas onto and lose themselves in, each being a visual fable within their own right. The narrative of the Wonderland series is best described as a crossover between fantasy and my personal journey through grief in the real world.
Let's see.
My biggest problem is I'm a perfectionist, but for that reason it means that the photographs that I produce are the absolute best, the maximum that I can push myself to. And for that reason, despite how long they take, it also means I'm incredibly proud of them. One of the greatest reasons for me wanting to self-publish this book was that I needed to be in control of how those photographs were produced. I needed the book to reflect the exact same colour level, the quality and the detail that I put into my gallery editions. I needed to find a designer who was equally obsessive about detail and equally obsessive about quality. And I think this is the thing that excites me so much about working with Stuart Smith.
Photography is about trust. And once you gain a photographer's trust and they understand that you understand about pictures, so then they can ask you about what you think. So the design isn't just about designing, putting it on the page. It's about thinking about the picture and why this picture is appropriate or why this picture works. Some are easier to do than others, but that is what I bring to the plate. I think different than what most book designers do, even photography book designers, is that I can actually edit the pictures, or I have an understanding of that.
Stuart Smith has produced over 700 photo books at the course of 30 years. His legacy is an extraordinary catalogue of beautifully produced books, and that is what I want to be a part of.
So I work with publishers, and I work with galleries. I've worked with Tate Modern and the Gagosian in New York, and New Museum in New York, and Whitechapel Art Gallery. I also worked with a number of photographers, a lot of Magnum photographers I've worked with. So Elliot Erwitt, Eve Arnold, Larry Towell, Luke Delahaye when he was at Magnum. People like I've worked with Martin Parr. I design the book, we edit it with the photographer, we lay it out, we look at the repro. So I do all the things related to seeing what the picture's going to be like. And so you see every step, so you know what you're going to get. And of course, I'm doing it for book lovers. And maybe a lot of people aren't, but I'm doing it for people that know.
I wanted the book to bring together the fantasy and the reality of this journey, and the very special people who've come into my life because of it. I wanted all areas covered, the finished photographs, but to also document the painstaking process of their creation and what it was like to be there when I pressed the shutter. It is so much more than a photo book, and for that reason it had to be big and bursting with all the colour and life that the series stands for. The books are being offered at 3 different levels: the standard book, the box limited edition, and finally the very special collector's edition. The special collector's edition is really the ultimate for any series fan of the series, and a complete indulgence on my part. It is extremely limited, as it will come with a bespoke solid bronze sculpture of the White Queen's Key. by teaming up with bronze specialist Derek Bailey to cast and recreate the original in such extraordinary detail has been an amazing experience and has finally brought the concept to real life.
And we decided to go for more antique, almost penny bronze buffed through finish that kind of would have happened naturally with something that darkened down and people handling it over and over again. Wanted to feel like it was loved, it was loved and handled. And been around for a while, and it's going to be around for much longer still.
When I first started this project and I tried to trace back all
You're talking about my fashion statement. Come on, go and change this brand to call fashion nonsense. No, I think that's three bots. I'm using the bots for now. 1, 2, 3. After now, I'll be driving Lamborghini. People like me, we don't go for one night, no. Where are you? I'm in town. I need you as for this girl that I'm going to teach you. I don't know if I'm the one playing her or she's the one playing.
Because it's like LA was dry, no one was holding her around, it was looking for all shots. It was dope, so the air was everything. Yeah, but I didn't realize that till later. So Holmes, all the things, as he runs in, he runs up in the air of the trade for as much China and blow as he can get. Sounds like a good plan, but only he's going down. Finally, he comes back in, high as a kite, empty handed, and of course he has a story. It's a 10-minute drive, I'm gonna kill this snake. I said, face it, how you do it. Did you get it? Here it was like crazy man sniper. Basically 3 days straight. Gives you prison, man. But stole the guys. Oh, frick! Not in my house! That was bullshit. Ronnie was furious. Billy gave John 2 days. Give him 2 days. The money or the guns in 2 days. Next time, I ain't gonna worry about the brains on my walls. That ain't the fuck out of it. Needless to say, see John in the next couple of weeks. I figured I'll never see him again. But 2 weeks later, this is how it happened. I feel like that is
shit. I'm gonna try to find that fucking movie.
I'm still thinking this is just some fence. This shithead has been feeding on. I had no idea. You didn't know that the owner was in. No, not that. Come on, dude. None. I figured it was job talk. You know, the big score, long time money, you know.
It's weird.
It's like clockwork. He's still got most of his tape before it goes out, and all the next ones are playing it at the same time. It's too much. I don't know. It's a gold mine.
I ate my lunch.
Hi, everybody. I'm John Holmes.
All right, who's John Holmes?
Holmes is one of the biggest stars in the X-rated film industry. Oh, no. Who just walked in? Rock and roll.
It's the best party I've ever been to.
In the summer of 1981, the Hollywood Hills was the place to be. Life was just too good. The party couldn't get any hotter. LA in the summer, anything can happen. The nights couldn't get any longer. The money or the guns in 2 days. And he couldn't get any bigger. You want to see it? Sure, John.
I'm his girl.
What happened, John?
I had to share that evidence with you.
The Southland is in shock today over a series of brutal killings that occurred here on Wonderland Avenue early today.
I know about the robbery that you and all those dead people up on Wonderland pulled on Eddie Nash.
You are in great danger.
You gotta get away from him.
John was the only one who knew about the Nash hit.
Don't believe a word he says. Where are you going now?
Everywhere.
Did you? You go back to Wonderland.
You're gonna do to those guys on Wonderland what you did to me.
Eddie Nash has got a gun to you. He said he's gonna kill your wife. What would you do? Val Kilmer, Kate Bosworth, Josh Lucas, Dylan McDermott, Lisa Kudrow. But I'm gonna tell you a story. A story called Wonderland.
Early that afternoon, Ron, Ken Johnson, Bill, and Olivia, just score some dough. Hey, come. Get some dough.
Hello, thank you for watching. You can contact Mr. X at so, easily scared and do not like those things. Please do not watch it. I just want to point out today's monster in 1981, John Holmes laid down on his luck. And he used to find drugs from a gang called the Wonderland Gang. And the reason why they were called the Wonderland Gang was, well, because they lived on Wonderland Avenue here in the Hollywood Hills off of Laurel Canyon. This is a very kind of artsy.
Okay.
I was convinced early. No, nice to meet you. We get started. Morning, ladies. Say, quite up.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to United's Flight 93 bound for San Francisco. We are now boarding first-class passengers, including small children and those otherwise needing assistance. It's light flight today, so when the first class is safe and dispense supported by connection, please have your boarding cards ready.
Hey, Gibbs.
Flight instructions. Check. Personalization. Check. Taxi for San Francisco. Radio on radar. Check. Left and right engine hydraulic pump switches. Check. Left and right electric hydraulic pump switches.
Now boarding all rows of United's Flight 93 San Francisco.
Sorry, let's say we took this. Sorry, I owe you all. I'm sorry.
United's Flight 93 is now closed. All passengers should have hold this time.
Hold on.
Did. Thank you.
Fire warning panel, check left and right electric hydraulic function. Ready, left her up. Flight deck, go ahead. Brakes off. Cleared.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm General Welsh on behalf of Captain Bell and the entire crew. I'd like to welcome
Start right engine.
I'm glad his life today. I was gonna call in sick. I took someone else's shift. Husband almost divorced me over it. Yeah? Make me to stay home and got mad at me when I didn't. I stayed home trying to make me. What was your excuse? Went me home for my son's first birthday.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain speaking.
We're gonna be another 15 minutes or so. That's good. Folks. We have a pretty good tailwind, so we should be able to pick up some time here. Thank you.
It's Mark. Officer driving. Read the plans. First class, class orange. It's 45 minutes late. I'll call you when I get it. Bye.
Sounds expected on the ILS 4 practice. First question. 114, second question.
Nobody, everything will be okay. If you try to make any moves, you'll endanger yourself and your family. Just stay quiet.
Final left bus. Is that your fault? We got man on hijacking unexpected transmission from the lieutenant to the cabin. Is anyone else on frequency? Captain 1-1 Boston Center. Captain 1-1 Boston Center. Yeah. Okay, I'll be back. American Boston.
very carefully. This is Amy Sweeney on Flight 11. We've been hijacked. 2 attendants have been stabbed. We're off.
Hello. Amy, hello. Hello, Amy.
United 93, runway 23, right clear. Take off.
United 93, runway 22, right. Take off. idea where you're headed?
No. He's the coach that gets a routine emergency. We've asked for a doctor, but he's not on board. They still think it's a heart attack.
Can you tell us anything more about the hijackers?
Yes. They have knives and mace. They say they were bombed. They were in 3D, 5D, 1838. What was the altitude for gravity?
How are the people who are stabbed?
One flight attendant's okay. I'm not sure. The other may not make it. Have on oxygen. Oh my God, something's wrong here.
What's happening? Amy, you still there?
We're in rapid descent. All over the place.
Can you look out the window and tell us where you are? Should you recognize anything?
Amy, do you know you're headed toward Kennedy?
I see water. Building. We're flying low. We're flying very, very low. We're flying way too low. Oh my God, Bill.
Can you hear me? Amy? Amy? Can you hear me, Amy? I think I lost her. Amy? No, we lost her. Amy?
There's another perspective. You know, it looks like rain all over. Smoke is billowing from the top 10 or so floors of the tower. I would assume that it's being evacuated as we speak.
In here.
And we're trying to find out what type of aircraft collided with us.
The fire department is responding to this event, which happened around 8:45 this morning, and we have so far not been able to obtain word on how many casualties we may expect.
The plane could have been in Newark or Kennedy.
And for some reason, it's made off path. Plane circled this area as we wait in rotation to land in Newark.
Well, how an aircraft hits one of those massive towers within their names is very hard to understand. They dispatch.
Hi, this is Helen Homer. I just wanted to send a message to my husband, Leroy Homer, via ARCS. He's first officer on flight 93.
93, okay. Things are pretty hectic. And that flight is proceeding normally. We can take a transmission now.
Hi, hon. Just wanted to make sure you were okay. Melanie.
Terminal, can you help us track by this straight up path? We lost transport. Yeah, target keeps close to the phone. Okay, got him again. He's almost down. Do you know who he is? No, he's tracking towards Manhattan. He's moving fast. Looks like we got another one coming in.
There is another one. We just saw another plane apparently go into the
transmitted an explosion. That would be the second. 2 planes. This raises, this has to be deliberate, folks.
Jeff say.
Would you like coffee or tea?
One, you can.
Would you like some coffee or tea?
See.
Can I get you anything else, sir?
Second plane at 9:03 already at your desk. Just enormous.
Please.
Now, flight is ready for the report. You're fighting in fire. Not just the speed and control to contain, but this is a huge tragedy. Undoubtedly, this is terrorist related. You can only guess at the consequences. This terrorist force pilots in the tower.
Yes.
They take it themselves.
Well,
Well, they obviously were not planning on landing whoever it was. It's possible they were in control. They did most likely to make the plane much more clear. Probably. That is part of it.
Girls, watch your little sister up back.
Message your wife back. Let me know what's coming on. You can see. Tomorrow's my anniversary. I'm kidding. How many years? 5. I'm surprised you're taking 11. Check this out. Beware cockpit intrusion. 2 aircraft hit World Trade Center. Jesus. Verify that.
Did you get it out? This that doesn't cover the one in the others. The acknowledgements. They're coming in now.
You want some lipstick?
Hold on. Sit down. What you want?
Oh, you want?
Somebody call Cleveland. United 93, verify 350. United 93, verify flight level 350.
Just a little turbulence. Where are you? Are you in the air?
Yes, just listen.
Airplane is hijacked. United Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco. We're in the air. There's a scene for bomb on board forward tonight. Please tell the authorities.
Tom? Tom?
United 93, verify your flight level is 350. United 93, verify your flight level is 350. You know one thing that I just make one.
This is Dina Burnett in San Ramon. My husband just called from United Flight 93 to say that his plane has been hijacked. I'm sorry, where did you say that? He's on United Flight 93. He called me from a cell phone a minute ago. He said that his plane had been hijacked. The passenger has been killed. Hold on, please. I'm going to transfer you. No, wait.
This is Sergeant Ross. You said a plane's been hijacked?
Yes, my husband called me from United Flight 93. He said that she...
You said your husband also on the plane. Who am I talking to?
Dina Burnett. Anna Claire. He said someone had been knifed.
Hold on a second, ma'am. I'm going to transfer you.
Wait, no,
This is Agent Franks of the FBI. What is your husband's name, ma'am?
Tom Burnett.
What is his occupation?
COO. He told me his plane has been hijacked. Someone...
I'm sorry, we're pretty busy right now, ma'am.
Anna Claire.
You tell me your husband was on one of the planes that hit the World Trade Center.
No, I'm not. This plane is still in the air.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you clarify?
Just listen to me, please. My husband, his plane had not gone into the towers. He's on United Flight 93 and it's still in the air. This is a completely different flight.
United 93, Cleveland. United 93. United 93, if you hear the center ident.
American 1060. Ditto all some of the other transmissions.
American 1060, you heard that shouting also?
We heard it twice.
Executive 956.
Go ahead, Executive 956.
Just answering your call. We can hear that yelling too.
Okay, thank you. Just trying to figure out what's going on.
Everybody go to the back! Get down! Get down! Get down! Get down right now! I said get down! Please! Go!
All of the other users are taking their hidden designated targets. They've already hit both towers at the World Trade Center.
Suicide mission. Five planes in the buildings up and down the coast. It's a suicide mission.
Who are you talking to?
Five planes in the buildings. I see them all over the place. And it goes well.
If they don't know if it's commercial airliners, they're speculating cargo planes, private planes, and no one knows. They're not sure. At least 3 people.
You know who's involved?
No.
Back to New York.
Back to the World Trade Center.
Wait.
Wait, no. Turn it back the other way. Going south.
What do you see?
I don't see anything. Low area.
Hey, Tom. No, Tommy. Yeah.
This is the captain.
We have a moment, Morgan. Sit down, keep everything safe.
United 93 calling. United 93, you're unreadable.
Say again slowly. Executive 956. Sounded like you said there was a bomb on board. Say again, you're there 93? Sounded like someone said they have a bomb on board.
That's what we thought. We just didn't get it clear. Executive 956, aircraft transmitting at 12 o'clock, 15 miles. Turn left headed 225. I'll get you away from him.
Looks like he's climbing. Okay, I want to keep everybody away from him. Okay, I think we got him in sight. 1989, I have traffic for you at 11 o'clock.
15 miles southbound, 41 climbing. Looks like he's turned.
East, flight 360.
This is the captain.
In the moment, Ward. We are going back to the airport. They have better demands.
United 93.
Calling United 93. Someone said you have a bomb on board. United 93. Calling it.
This is the captain.
We have a moment, Ward. We are going back to the airport. They have better demands. Back to the airport. No way. Forward, front, quickly. Forward. Hey.
Yes.
It's me, it's Jeremy.
Yes.
love you so much.
No, listen, Jeremy, it's okay. I'll be strong. I'll be strong for you. You'll be okay. You have to believe that. You'll be okay.
Get out of here.
Don't be silly. That's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen, Jeremy. I won't let it. Don't talk like that. I love you. We're gonna stay together. We'll work this thing out.
I need you to hold on for 1 second.
Jeremy. Jeremy? Hello?
Kathy, it's Mark from Mom on the phone.
Alice.
Mother. I'm on a flight from Newark to San Francisco. 3 guys on board. Mom.
Mom. Mark, who are these guys?
Russians get by fire. It's paralyzed by something. This is the single engine.
Mark?
I don't know. I think so. What's the alternative? That's later.
Mark, who are these guys?
You believe me, don't you, Mother?
I believe you. Who are these guys? Mark? Are you there?
Mother?
Mark? Mark? Yes, if you could come over right away, I need to have. If you could take the horse to work. Thank you so much.
Jerry, eyewitnesses on Highway 110 saw a plane fly into the structure. It struck the southwest side of the mountain beach.
Oh my God, it was... Tom? Are you okay? They just hit the Pentagon. I thought it was your plane.
Just in the Pentagon.
They say that 5 should have been hijacked, and they believe that all of them are commercial planes. I haven't heard them say anything about which airline, but all of them originated on the East Coast.
Do you know this?
No.
Crowd control.
A plane can survive a bomb, Tom. It's in the right place.
Did you call the authorities?
Yes, they're here. They didn't seem to know anything about your plane. Who's helping you?
What is it?
Here's an aerial view of the Pentagon. You can see the southwest side of the building engulfed in smoke. This is the third airplane to hit a building. They are all believed to have been commercial jets that were taken over by hijackers and flown into designated targets.
Call the police. Police can't fly on us. They hit the World Trade Center hijacked planes, and they just got the Pentagon. You've got to call Mark and Silver and tell him this is a suicide mission. Tell him they have to do whatever they can to try and get control of the plane there. Call the police afterwards. Tell Mark that they have to get that plane back. Tell him this is a suicide mission. Sorry, too messy. Try again. He's too scared. Whatever. That's how you know what's going on here next. Hold on.
This is Mr. Jefferson, chief supervisor. I understand the plane's been hijacked.
Yeah, I'm Todd Weaver. I'm on United Flight 93. We're a little high on duty. The hijackers have knives during the conference line, I guess.
How many passengers were on this flight?
Maybe 40. We're lying in the corner. The captain, first officer. I don't know if. Are you still there?
Todd? Anytime you think your life is threatened, lay down the phone, but don't hang up.
No, I don't. No, I'm okay. I can talk. You know what they want? Money. Rent. What?
No, I don't.
We're going down! We're going down!
Here's lunch.
Hold on a second. I'll be back.
Jack? Pick up, sweetie. Oh, well. Just wanted to tell you that I love you. That ain't no problem, honey. It's totally fine. Love you more than anything. I'm okay for now. Just a little problem. Love you. It's still my family, and I love them. Bye, honey. I know you really will want to try to do this, but you never know what's around. hijacked and I'm calling to say goodbye.
Why would you want to do that?
Do you know what's going on? No. Elizabeth, I have my arms around you. And I love you. Your arms around me. Me too. Oh. We're being hijacked and I'm not gonna come home.
Listen, darling, I want you to listen to me. We don't know how things are gonna turn out. Let's just be here. Let's go, you know, beautiful eye and just breathe. And let's take a few deep breaths. We'll figure it out together.
About the trade center.
You know I would find you.
Thanks. The hijackers blowing up planes. No. You sure? And they said they got a bomb on it. This plane. And they said they would.
I don't think so, Jimmy.
They're gonna crash this World Trade Center.
No. No, the towers. No, they didn't want to do.
Why not?
Stop that. Will someone please tell us what's happening? We need to know. How do you know this is
What's radio? Should we be taking the plane?
What is the weather?
3, 4. Jesus, I love you. Oh, Jesus. I want to hold you so much.
Do they have guns?
No, not. And there's 3 passengers on board. Thanks, me.
There are no guns.
Now they would have shown them to us. Okay. Excuse my flashback. I don't want to. Stay there. Don't get out, please.
Jeremy, what are you doing? What's that noise?
Stay there.
Jeremy! Jeremy!
find us. That Andrews, they scrambled too. Haven't reached them, but we asked for a heads up on that. They asked the FAA if any orders have been given to intercept like that as a full 36 hours. Who are they talking to? I heard the command said it's being alerted through there, sir. Okay, get through the door. Let's see if we get a read on this before it gets here. Now, United Airlines ordered out two flights to Vienna. United 1166 out of London. United 93 out of New York. Not have an airplane.
It's a voicemail. Mark, this is your mother. Apparently it's terrorists, and they're hell-bent on crashing the aircraft, so if you can, try to take over the aircraft. There doesn't seem to be much of a plan to land the aircraft normally, so route some people and perhaps do your best to take control of it. I love you, sweetie. Good luck. Bye.
United 93. United 93, do you hear Cleveland? United 93 calling? United 93. United 93, Cleveland.
American 1060 and Executive 956, we just lost the target on that aircraft.
Executive 956, we have a visual on it. Stand by.
You have a visual on it now? We lost the transponder.
We did, but we lost it on the turn.
You can make a turn back to 20 heading. Let me know if you feel.
He's still there. We got 956.
Sound? Oh, wonderful place.
خلاص لازم اتكلم بإرادة الله أحمد الله بدي أحمد السيد ما يكون طيب طيب
They're flying her outside plane. They want to talk to you. I called your parents. I told them that you planned a hijack.
How they doing?
They're okay. Your sisters are with me.
I'm waiting to we're malaria. We're gonna take back the airplane.
What? No. Just sit
down, be still, be quiet, don't draw attention to yourself.
Nina. This is the ground, we've got to do something. It's supposed to do nothing else can.
What do you want me to do?
Pray, Nina. Just pray.
I love you.
We're gonna do something.
Okay. It's gonna be so much harder for you than it is for me. I'm just sitting here being quiet. I'm not.
We don't have to talk. We're together.
Place yourself into 23 minutes from contact with Flight 93.
Let's have that 93 TT.
No one knows for certain. The estimation is that 93 is 19 minutes.
Captain, the fighters are going to have to engage inside DC airspace. Okay, contact the EADS and see if they can execute the order in time. Just reply.
The jets are circling overhead, but they don't have their orders to engage 93 just for general protection.
Please tell my children that I love them very much. I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. I'm trying to stay calm. I hope I get to see your faces again. I love you. I already called mine. Yes, I'm here.
Call my wife and kids. Tell them just in case.
Don't tell me.
What do you think Mrs. should be doing?
I stand behind
hand you tight. Of course.
Say the Lord's Prayer with me.
Right now, Tom? Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Thy kingdom come, and will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
Give us this day our daily bread.
Forgive us of our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us.
Lead us not into temptation,
Deliver us from evil. Thine is the kingdom,
power,
Amen. Ready?
Let's roll.
Todd, are you still there?
I got the cards.
Elizabeth? I gotta go, Mom. Everyone's getting ready to go to the cockpit. I love you.
United 93, calling United 93. You there, 93?
Wait, that's
United 93. Wait, let's start in your position on flight 93.
1 minute, please. Presently around 10 miles west of Johnstown, doing around 400 knots.
Thank you. What's the VHF?
121.8 megahertz. Do you have any information on the intercept of that plane?
Negative at the moment. Thank you.
What did he say?
Dixie, this is Siegfried. Do you copy? Dixie. Expect a read on objective momentarily. Maintaining course south-southeast at 121. Copy that, Dixie. This is Vix Gun here. What's your readiness status? Beg your pardon, sir? In case you have to engage. Could you, repeat that, sir? Yes, what's your readiness status in case you have to shoot down? We have 20 millimeters. Didn't have time to take on sidewinders before we scrambled. We may be able to cripple it. I guess if it comes to that, we can always ram it. Roger that. Stand by.
115's up now.
Anything? Try a hard time. Starting up, it is collapsing, just unbelievable, falling apart like that. The World Trade Center, over 100 stories, vanishing before our eyes. And that would be South Town, Yes, firemen. car's really gonna be moving. Oh my God.
Test 118. Look out your window at 10 o'clock. Do you see a United 757 in the vicinity?
Oh, yeah, I do. It's about 6 miles northwest. Pretty fast.
We don't have control of that aircraft.
It's rocking back and forth.
Take evasive action. Get out of there, please.
Colonel, we had a visual spotted from a private plane 93 is 10 to 12 minutes away. Sir.
United 93, if you're the center, I'm in. United 93. United 93.
I got it. United 93. United 93, Cleveland, do you still hear the center? United 93, do you still hear the center? United 93, do you still hear Cleveland? United 93, United 93, Cleveland.
Dixie, flight's down. Down as in landed? Negative. Down as in some field. Roger that.
know yet. Hey, we're still looking for it. First we thought it was in the hole. There's nothing in there. Must have landed in the foot. Yeah,
Talk about something deceptive. Airplane.
yeah, we know. He can help us look for it.
Flying
loss of 270 lives. The investigation which follows is based on official documents, police reports, interviews with more than 40 people who lived through these events, and extensive research in Europe and America.
Excuse me, can you get my case onto the New York flight? Baggage is closed now. Please, I have to be on the flight. I already bought it. But I can't take it on as cabin luggage. Listen, there must be some way you can help me out. I had a very important engagement with you.
See what I can do.
I want to make a call to New York. Pan American Airlines.
Pan American Airways. Connecting now, sir. Copy, sir.
Am I speaking to the chairman of Pan Am?
This is Acker.
He just put a bomb onto one of your planes on the transatlantic flight out of Europe.
That's just not possible. Who is it?
It's Yossi Langotsky. You'll be relieved to hear it's a dummy. This time.
Pulling stunts like this is not the way I expect you to check out the security on this airline like Noxky.
Mr. Acker, in my view, it's only the will of Providence that has saved your airlines from terrorist attack.
I don't want this to happen again. You understand me?
Precisely.
Ever since the U.S. raid on Gaddafi, Americans have been afraid to fly to Europe. I want to convince our passengers they're perfectly safe on Pan Am. That's why I made Fred Ford head of our new security system. I want Alert to be the best. I want to be the most reliable system anywhere in the world. I did not make this decision so that you could allow these Israelis to go around playing paramilitary games.
You've got to admit it, they've exposed some fundamental flaws in our current system. Hamburg, Berlin, Frankfurt, Rome, London, for God's sake.
America's #1 airline must need a bunch of Israelis telling us how to run our business.
I've had calls from our station chiefs all over Europe, Fred. And you better believe they are finally pissed with these guys. Maybe that's because Langotsky and his team have shown that they can get a bomb on almost any of our transatlantic flights.
I hired these Israelis to write us a report with a sincere hope that we can make Pan Am more secure. I did not hire them to disrupt a smooth running airline.
They're state of the art. They made El Al the safest airline in the whole world.
This is an American airline. Let's do it our way. I don't want to micromanage you on this, Fred. You have an open brief. You have an unlimited budget. Make it work, Fred. And I want you to take a look at it. Sure. It's my speech. For the ads we're going to be running on the network, I want to make sure that my passengers are well aware of all we're doing for their benefit.
Harry, have you ever come across a Colonel Wilfred Wood in your travels?
That boss?
No. He's a Brit.
Never heard of him.
This guy Wood is ex-Army. I want him to head up Alert's recruitment and training. Army and military? Check this out. He trains the SAS in Beirut. He was in charge of the military police in Northern Ireland. He's trained the Queen of England's bodyguards, for Christ's sake. He's a soldier, Harry. He's the real thing. Just what we need to train Alert's people to outthink the terrorists. With this guy on the team, I promise you, Pan Am security staff will be second to none. I like the company's support in this, whatever it takes to get them. Don't you forget, we're running a civil airline, okay? And do yourself a favor, Fred. Forget that Rappo stuff. That kind of talk makes the passengers nervous. مرحبا. اهلا وسهلا. ولا زمان ما شفناك يا مروان. 13 سنة. 3 سنين. اياك كمان. تفضل. طلع البربرية الأمريكية تبع أخوة الأطفال واللي صايلة برياتها تبع رفاقنا في ليبيا صار لازم المنادمة تتحرك. شو دخلي أنا بهذا؟ يا جماعة يمكن أحتاج بالأمانة مرة ثانية. صار لي زمان ما عدتش تونس. أنا فاكر إنك لسه. أنت راح تيجي لدمشق لما راح يدون. Pan Am is initiating one of the most far-reaching security programs in our industry. It's called Alert. It's designed to screen passengers, employees, baggage, aircraft, and airport facilities with great thoroughness. Alert will involve Pan Am's own highly trained security experts and many of the most sophisticated screening devices in the world. We at Pan Am are determined to provide a secure environment for our passengers. The fact is, we're looking at a loss of $118 million this last quarter. Now, on that projection, you can expect a loss of $350 million before we get out. Bailiffs, you're right here in Park Avenue. We've got a real problem here. We have to turn this trend before the peak summer months. This is balance sheet, Harry. There's a poll of travel agents. 66% say they would book their clients on an airline which offers the best security. It's my firm endeavor to make Pan American a profitable corporation. I don't want you to go over there. I want you to impress upon these people that the Alert security system is a program to bring back the passenger during this period of physical emergency. I won't pretend I've had much experience in the private sector. You leave that to me. The last thing I need right now is another organization. I want somebody with some muscle. You need a military man for this job. Reputation, procedure, trouble. Good morning, gentlemen. Please come in. Let me give you some context on this one. Don't be jumping in the green us. Pan Am is American. We are the official carrier for U.S. government employees. Now, I don't have to spell it out to a man of your reputation. One kind of a target that makes you personal employment. Well, it's my opinion the airline business has never really given enough consideration to how to deal with the terrorist threat. Yeah, well, we haven't been out by Reagan trying to think of enough. Since we bombed Libya, every time you switch on the TV, there's some Arab screaming that all Americans are targets. The
the upshot of the slide of over 30% in our transatlantic load factor. Sorry. What's that? Load factor.
Industry talk from passengers.
The people who fly our carrier pay our salary. We've got to get this right. Then we have a real edge over our competitors.
Pan American flight 121 is now boarding at gate 23.
Not that we don't have our problems. Number one being these minimum wage body brokers subcontracted to handle security. Step back, crowd. Listen to me. These guys, when you get work flipping burgers under the golden arches, will be a step up the career ladder.
And what we need is our own people. Fully trained with a clear chain of command. I haven't been able to do any costumes, of course, but the fact is I can't guarantee a proper training program on the cheap.
No, but it's not a problem. We're currently allotting a $5 security surcharge for every transatlantic passenger. You read the ads in the New York Times, right?
I'm so sure I have.
Well, let's say we have 12,000 people every day flying across the Atlantic. That means we're pulling in, what, 60,000 a day. Now, I'm currently calculating a budget for alert securities of $20 million a year. That's just for the surcharge alone. You can work with that, right?
Sure I can.
That's just a conservative estimate.
كتير يا رياض ويعمل قنابل.
قاعد العام ينتج جهاز
I think it's time I brought you up to date, Ed. Training program's beginning to take shape as we speak. I'm building a recruitment profile. In just a few days, I should be in a position to outline some figures for you. We're right on target here.
There's something I need for you to do first, Fred.
It's time to grab some headlines. We've got to turn around these load factor figures over the summer months.
We're organizing a press conference at JFK to announce the implementation of the alert program. You think you can handle this, Fred?
Go, Harry. What are you thinking of?
Give it a 12.
That's just 4 weeks away.
Got it.
Well, it'll take me at least 4 weeks to put together a staff, then another 4 weeks training, minimum. Anyway, they take 13 weeks to train a sniffer dog.
Hell can't do
Staffing is not an issue here. You have the staff in place.
What? You mean those $4 an hour goons from Rent-A-Cop? Get out of here, Harry. Haven't you read my report? My first priority is to have those bozos walk.
That would not be an available option, Fred. You'll have to work with the material already at your disposal.
That's not possible, Marty. They have no training.
Oh, wait a minute. Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought that's what you were hired to do.
My brief is to train and nurture a fully professional team.
There's a political side to this.
I had the Teamsters on the line this morning. They've assured me that if you lay off any of the union staff who work for the firm that handles the security, they take the rest of the Pan Am staff out with them.
They have us over a barrel.
This is serious. The state the company's in right now, the last thing we can afford is for the unions to walk out.
I suggest that you put these people through an interim training program.
There isn't the time.
No choice, Fred.
And put them in alert uniforms. I've got an Italian designer. Work out a few ideas. See to it, Fred.
You really don't deserve your reputation. They're properly trained and give you huge respect. He's a real sweetheart.
And the train?
Exactly.
Not at all.
We like to leave that up to the owners, sir.
Let me have half a dozen. And I need them tomorrow morning.
And as a backup to our highly trained staff, Alert has a team of sniffer dogs, each highly trained to detect controlled substances and explosive materials. The pledge that Pan Am makes to its customers is that the Alert program will make this the safest airline in the whole world.
Port Authority Police. Who's in charge of this three-ring circus out here?
I guess technically I am.
You got some explaining to do, pal. Those nuts of yours can't even control their bowel functions.
I'm sorry. You know the rules. Only my men are authorized to carry weapons in this terminal.
I know that. And how come I counted a dozen men out there with pieces stuck in their belts?
Listen, can you live with me on this? I cleared it with your bosses, just till the cameras go. It's just a little bit of PR. I'm not going to shoot anybody.
Oh, God, they're not.
No, I mean, well, you know, the guns, they're only replicas. They don't work.
These may look like ordinary airport security personnel, but in fact they are a team of highly trained professionals from Pan Am, part of a new initiative, the Alert Program, to ensure Pan American's high level of security is unique in the airline industry.
Chill out, okay? I just got the third quarter forecast. You'll be delighted to hear that we look very good for the coming summer months. We've managed to turn a second quarter deficit of $152 million into a projected profit of $5.5 million.
The travel agents are booking their clients onto Pan Am again.
That's great. It's not unconnected to your efforts on behalf of the alert system. We appreciate that.
So I can count on your support in acting on the Israelis' recommendations?
No need to bring that one up now, Fred.
Oh, please, Marty, just a second. I have very mixed emotions on this. Pan Am is the only U.S. carrier to take a stand vis-a-vis security. I like to see this thing through.
How many times will we tell you? We are not El Al.
The Israelis in their interim report categorically spell out our vulnerability.
So now we have alert. Things have changed.
Not enough. At least not to the extent we've advertised.
The point here, Fred, is if we take aboard an El Al style security, we seriously run the risk of infringing our negotiated contracts with foreign airports.
Well, how can that be? El Al is the safest airline in the world.
You let El Al go. El Al has 18 flights a day, goddammit. Pan Am has 400. We carry over 12 million passengers every year.
Every passenger to Europe paying a $5 surcharge. If one of those passengers were to ask me what we give them for that, I'd be very hard-pressed at this moment to give them an answer. I mean, we're risking a very serious embarrassment here.
I'm very disappointed, Fred. Got the ball, you could have run with it.
What are we talking about here, Harry? You know these changes in security have been entirely cosmetic? And Gutsky and his people have shown the risk we're running?
Yeah? Well, the Israelis are on their way out, all right?
What is this?
But those jokers are suggesting it's just not compatible with running a civil airline. This is from Ned, what can I say? Listen, Pan Am does what the Federal Aviation Administration says we should, right?
The FAA list has no balls, even you know that.
But as far as our government's concerned, we are right on target. Yes? You with me?
Look, I was hired to make Pan Am the safest airline in the world. I can still do that. I still got the money from the $5 surcharge.
Where the hell have you been? That doesn't mean you have anything extra to play with. That goes straight into corporate funds. We need every dime we can keep right now.
questions on your return? Pan American Airways.
Yeah, Fred Ford for World Services.
Connecting you now, sir.
Fred? Listen, you're off the case. What are you talking about? I've been told to convey to you that as far as the corporation is concerned, your security philosophy is now inconsistent with our long-term goals. Fred?
In the 2 years following Fred Ford's dismissal, Alert Security Systems had no fewer than 3 different presidents. Pan Am Chairman Edward Hacker was replaced, and the company's promise to establish Alert in its airports around the world was never fulfilled. The $5 security surcharge continued to be levied throughout that period.
An Iranian airliner brought down over the Gulf. The Pentagon is investigating whether it may have been hit by a U.S. Navy ship. Iran immediately accused the United States of shooting down the plane on a scheduled flight between Bandar Abbas and Dubai. The U.S. denied that, saying they'd shot down an Iranian fighter plane. But tonight, Pentagon sources say it may not have been a fighter, and there could have been a tragic accident. Here's more from our correspondent in Tehran.
Iran claims to have recovered more than half of the 290 passengers, but it's feared the remains of those still missing may never be found. It was the first time the people of Iran have been officially called onto the streets to protest at the shooting down of the Airbus. The procession moved slowly through the city, supporters chanting anti-American slogans, until the victims were finally laid to rest. From the platform, Iran's President Khamenei attacked America and Iraq for conspiring to plot the attack. Today in a speech reporting to a familiar theme, America and President Reagan condemned as the great Satan and revenge promised for the deaths of the Airbus passengers. السلام عليكم. وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته يا أخي. حياتي ما جهدكم أحمد زبري. وكيف حال منظمتكم؟ الكفاح سعيد والعدو قوي. لا تستهينوا بقدرات أصدقائكم. عندنا ناس كويسين كتير في أوروبا. سبكت المخابرات بتاعتها عريضة. بنحدد العمليات كبيرة، لكن المصاريف العمليات مش قليلة. أخيرا أمروني أن أقدم لكم المساعدة المطلوبة. تصرف لكم بمبلغ 10 ملايين دولار. الحمد لله. قتلت قوات الكفر 209 من شعبنا في يوم عيد الأضحى المبارك، في نفس اليوم الذي كان الشيطان الكبير يحتفل بيوم استقلاله. يجب أن ننتقم من هذا العمل في السماء مسبوقة بالدم. Terrorist, freedom fighter, guerrilla, revolutionary, call him what you will. It is not our job to pontificate on the rectitude of his beliefs, but to combat his methods. Now, what are the aims of the terrorist?
Any ideas?
Come on. Hat niemand was zu sagen? Was ist das Ziel der Terroristen? Ja, Menschen zu töten. Das ist to kill people.
Well, yes, but as Mao Zedong said, kill one, scare 1,000.
Goodwood is one of the foremost experts on counterterrorism in the free world. We have been chosen to pioneer the alert security system for the continent of Europe. We should be proud that he is here today to ask us this question. So, I ask you once again, what is the aim of the terrorist? Answer.
To win a propaganda victory.
Not exactly, no. No? Well, the primary aim of the terrorist is quite simply to disrupt our normal lives. To make the public frightened of things that they would usually take for granted, such as air travel. Precisely. Frankfurt Airport is the crossroads of Europe. 27 million people pass through here every year. Any one of them is a potential threat to airline security. Any one of them could be your terrorist. And I should say he or she, will use ordinary objects from everyday life to further his aim. Now, there's no security system in the world that can stop your terrorist from trying it on. But there is one thing that can stand between him and the achievement of his goal. I'm not talking about a metal detector or an X-ray machine or a pressure chamber. One thing that could spell the difference between life and death for the passengers on your airplane is you. Now, I purchased all these items quite openly from the duty free. In the right hands, they could blow a 747 out of the air. Now, watch me.
والله ما شفناك يا اخ.
أعرف عليكم.
عملت المطلوب.
أنا نسمع وأن تماما وأن وسائل وصلنا موزعين في أوروبا كلها. احنا الآن جاهزين لمهار مسعودة.
هذا جهاز متطور من جهاز برمجة عادي. في مفتاح داخل. عليه ماخذ من جهاز برمجة. يعني ما بيقدرش يتخزر على الأرض. هذه هي الفكرة. شو بيصير لو حطوه في غرفة درب؟ نركب مفتاح توقيتها يشتغل بطارية نحطها. المفتاح يشتغل لوحده في وقت محدود. مثلا 12 ساعة بعد ما يتوصل الشيء الرئيسي. يعني بيقدر يتفجر بس في الهواء. بالضبط. لأني ركبت الجهاز لهذا السبب بالتحديد. وين تنحت المتبنجر؟ طلع من قدر الصوت وصله. يصير أحسن أوصله بنفسي. حجمه صغير كتير. لازم نخاطر. على العموم لأن كمية السكت بسيطة كتير. فرصتنا كبيرة أن نحفظ السلام عبر منطقة الإنسان. ممتاز. راح نحمل الراديوات على أوروبا والسويسات نبعتها لحالها. راح يتصلوا فيك
لما يكون وقت مناسب الرحلة البزنس تبعك إلى ألمانيا. أنت يلا والنهار راح تعرف عن التوقيت.
Was an inspiration to listen to you today. You might have tried to hire a few more bilinguals. Gonna add a couple of weeks. After all, we are an American country. Hard to find English speakers. All right. I thought I was an American. I was 3 years U.S. Army, sir. Yes, I read your CV, but it's your staff that worries me. I mean, all the materials in English. Well, don't worry about it, Colonel. You're gonna get there. I should have set up this program in Europe 2 years ago. Ever since my first boss, Fred Ford, got the old heave-ho, my situation has been bloody iffy to say the least of it. Still, there's a new regime on Park Avenue. They show every indication of being right behind alert. You and you boys will need a couple of weeks' training. And then told me they only pay for 2 days. All right, she said. When did you commence your journey? A month. That was a visit. Business. السلام عليكم. لا راح انت راح رجل المانيا قريبا ان شاء الله. سافر كويس. شو اسمه عبد الله. وعليكم السلام. أنا راح أرفع ألمانيا إن شاء الله كنت جاهز. نحن جاهزين. نحتاج المساعدة. كيف تستفيد؟ أحسن إنسان لما تسمع مني لما هي لازم تتحرك. طيب. Now, gonna need no profile screeners at each check-in desk. Gonna need 3 scanners, X-ray machine, 5 cabin searches. So we haven't got the beach house. Shut up. Exactly what I tell you. All right. We should have 55 staff here. We've only got 22. I have done everything I can. I have managed to get them to authorize 160 extra man hours. What do you expect me to do? Let's just try to get through this day, all right? Listen, there's a $10,000 fine for each security infringement this FAA guy finds. So if you don't get through it, it's your ass in the shredder as well as mine. We are just not prepared for this. Look, who is in charge here? Right, it's your show, Uli. Right. So, let's get this show on the road. The hands come up here. This way. All right. His name is Tommy Dome. He's American later. He's the guy who will clue you in when he comes into view. Now, the instant he moves on, here's what I want you to do. You all go, you change into your uniforms. By the time these FAA guys on the plane, you are searching the cabins, all right? I've never done that before, sir. Do you think he knows that? Now, there are a few things to get straight, right? Number 1, never let him out of your sight, not for a second. Number 2, when he does leave, you let us know exactly where he goes next. Number 3, you answer all his questions, but you never volunteer any information he doesn't ask you for. Number 4, if he does find an infringement, you're gonna fix it. You're gonna fix it right there and then on the spot. Now, do you think you can remember that? At least try to look as if you know what you're doing. And God's sakes, man. Look, use his uniform brushing. Make yourself presentable. Expect me to conduct an operation and work with these deadbeat zombie assholes. Hey, you two, you on holiday or something? Check the runway, you check the gate. Hello. Hold on, I'll meet you there. Come on. Heather, 1 second. Could I possibly ask you a favor? I want you to just make sure that old Tommy feels absolutely all right. Let's go.
Hafez Mohammed Hussein, also known as Abdullah. He's normally resident in Damascus, but he moves around a lot. He visited the Bundesrepublik earlier this year. Age 47, occupation, used car salesman. So I sent the photos to Israel, and Mossad have come back with a positive ID. Mr. Hussein is none other than Hafez Hassan Al-Khamoni. He's on the Central Committee of the Popular Front for Liberation of Palestine. General Command. What's he doing here? Maybe he's here to buy a used car, I don't know. I need your authorization, sir, to continue our autumn leave surveillance operation. Mossad don't think he's here for his health. This is some of the stuff they sent us. This is Tal Khamoni's boss, the godfather, Ahmed Jibril, leader of PFLP-GC. Thinks Arafat sold out to glorious struggle for Palestinian homeland. This is one of the training camps in Syria where he's based. These boys have no fear of death. For them, it's the gateway to paradise. Is he religious? When it suits, I think. He's a soldier. Won't stop fighting while there's a state of Israel. He's known to favor rather sophisticated high-tech methods. Last year, he sent motorized hang gliders into Israel. They're primarily a military organization up against Israeli troops in occupied territories. They have been known to hit civilian targets. And last year, Jibril said that no passenger on an Israeli or American airplane should feel safe.
On no German connection.
Not that we know, sir.
Keep your eye on Mr. Tal Khamoni. I doubt I'll have any trouble with the authorizations.
Thank you, sir.
But I don't want you to lift him. Until Operation Autumn Leaves has something tangible we can hold him on.
He's on his way now.
All right, now.
Sight, Doug. He's on his way now.
What do you do with the baggage transferring from other airlines?
We put every piece of inside luggage through the X-ray machine, sir.
Pan Am doesn't try and match the bags with transit passengers in.
Not as a matter of course, sir, no.
Right. Okay, miss. Why don't we take a look at the cabin security?
Right, he's on his way to the cabin now, okay? Right, now you two get up to check-in and have the profile screening. Now!
There are a few items of concern. Well, the main area is the interline luggage.
What goes through the X-ray machines?
Yeah,
theory, yeah, but I don't think that's enough. Oh, hello, Herr Meyer.
Hello, Mr. John. I think you met Herr Hubner, the security chief of Pan Am in Frankfurt.
I trust everything went smoothly for you, Mr. John. As always, the FAA are entirely appreciative of your concern for aviation security. You seem to have a very labor-intensive operation here. But as I was just saying to Rick, there are a few defects that I'd like you to direct your thoughts towards.
There's nothing wrong, is there?
Let's just see what he has to say.
I'm going to recommend that you beef up Interline.
Are you saying this is FAA policy?
I'm saying that'll be in my report. I'm sure Pan Am's reaction would be to inform the FAA that any departure from the present system would be unreasonably onerous and unnecessary. You're going to need to be able to match passengers transferring from other airlines with their baggage.
I thought we'd been through this. Your people have agreed with Pan Am corporate security that X-raying is an acceptable substitute.
My concern is that you're not making any attempt to track what happens to interline bags. You keep no records. I mean, you can't even know how many there are. So something could slip through the system unnoticed. I think you should at least be doing spot checks. It would be very difficult to do what you suggest, Mr. Doe, given our limited manpower.
Well, see what we can do, Tom. It's not up to me to determine security policy. However, the priorities have been made perfectly clear to me. A delay of just a few minutes in takeoff means we lose our air traffic control window. This, in turn, could represent a holdover of up to a couple of hours.
You can be sure that any recommendations I make will be entirely motivated by a concern for the needs of your passengers.
It costs the company $10,000 an hour to keep one of these planes on the blocks. I'm sure the FAA has no desire to impede our profitability, Mr. Don.
You'll be receiving our report.
Tommy, I'll make sure Alert takes your counsel very seriously. You know I intend to get the system up and running.
I know you do, Rick. I'm right behind you on this program. And as a gesture of my support, I don't think I'll be recommending any fines. That's bullshit.
They've left the flat, sir.
It's just getting
Just had time for it, sir.
that sounds like I know.
Autumn is 3, they're walking towards the zoo.
You made the kill on that thing.
On the outbound from Frankfurt.
So, no?
On the day.
They're taking a nice central gun out.
Probably going to the Isarstrasse flat. Have we got someone there?
I think so.
التسجيلات تبعك وصلت من شان. لازم اتاكد ان كل شيء موجود. وين السنتكس؟ انا جبتها لحالي من يوغوسلافيا. لازم بكره نلف المحلات. Docks, wires, batteries.
Well, I'll never get the go-ahead to arrest him for buying an alarm clock.
He must be the explosives expert. It's time we put them in.
We give it a few more days.
Wait, there's something going on here.
Can't move until we know their target. When I go in, I want to make sure we pick up everybody in their network. But we have enough evidence to put them away for a very long time. All of them.
I'll continue the surveillance.
اتفضل. يقول لي تحتاج شيء ثاني؟ خلاص.
يخرب عنك البروفة دي.
القاعدة مو في تدريب. ليش راح تنفجر قبل ما اركبها؟ روح جيب لي سندويش. إذا لقيت البناية في محلها راح تعرف إني ركبتها منيح.
كل شيء راح يكون حاضر خلال أيام.
During October 1988, the terrorists worked on at least 3 radio cassette bombs. Eluding police surveillance, one of the devices was transported from the cellar in a brown suitcase and disappeared.
It's the translation of the latest intercept over Kabasar. Reporting on the launch of the Muslim.
It's almost ready. I think we're on pilot.
What do you think?
I think things are getting out of control. I reckon it's time we sweep up these autumn leaves.
Heading towards Central Norris. Taking it. All right. Let's have them. You still got it? Yeah, you said you made. We're with you.
Helicopter on Hafenstrasse. We're going to...
We see it. On our way.
There's something on phone box.
On October 26, 1988, the German police arrested 16 suspected terrorists in a nationwide roundup. All the suspects were taken to Dusseldorf police station.
Brings them in. was a prisoner of the Zionists for 11 years. I'm not unused to a cell.
Abdul Fateh Al-Alfa, you are charged with being a member of a terrorist organization.
It is not an organization of terror. It's part of the Palestinian people's struggle for homeland.
And in addition with conspiracy to cause explosions.
I don't know anything about explosions. It's not my job to ask. Mr. Al-Hamoni is on Central Committee. I just pay the rent.
What was Al-Kamoni's business in the Federal Republic?
He has an artificial leg. The firm that makes the spare parts is nice.
You're looking for somewhere to live, Mr. Dalcomoni.
Al-Khomoni. This was my village in 1963, just outside of Nazar. Look at it today. I have nowhere to live. The Israelis took my homeland. The Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine General Command is a military organization. Our enemies are those who dispossessed my people.
And why are you on German soil, Mr. Dalcomoni?
My organization thought that the German people might have some sympathy with our fight against Zionism. The weapons you found were to be shipped back to the occupied land of Palestine.
Mr. Dalcomoni, were you aware that a bomb containing a barometric pressure switch was found in the back of your car? What is the purpose of such a device? It is to cause an explosion on an aircraft, is it not? You were planning to blow up a plane.
It was meant for Palestine. It was designed to blow up Israeli installations in the mountains.
What exactly is your business, Mr. Grisat?
I'm an electrician.
I imagine that's an occupation that might have its uses for the PFLP-GC.
I told you I don't know anything.
Your presence in the car connects you to the operation.
I was only visiting.
You can expect 10 years minimum.
All I know is that they take their orders from Abu Hamid.
You mean Dalcomoni?
Dalcomoni, Abdullah, he has many names. What can I expect if I'm helpful to you?
This is the largest cache of arms and explosives ever found on West German soil. In the flat at Sandweg in Frankfurt, 6 Kalashnikov rifles with 19 magazines and 3 silencers. A Beretta automatic pistol with 900 rounds of ammunition. Rocket launcher, rocket grenades, together with a quantity of explosives, Semtex, plastic, TNT, hand grenades, and 94 detonators. In the boot of the car at Noise, together with a further kilo of explosives and a fake Spanish passport, an improvised explosive device of a barometric design, hidden inside a Toshiba Bombbeat 453 radio cassette was discovered. Details of the design of this device have been circulated to major European security agencies. From information received, we have no doubt that Operation Autumn Leaves has successfully prevented a Europe-wide terror campaign.
Father, let us repeat. مسكوا دوكموني. العملية تأجلت بنفذ التعليمات.
suspects were released for lack of evidence. The public prosecutor applied urgently for the continued detention of the 3 prime suspects.
The orders of the orders Brito is prepared to renew the orders on Dalcamoni and Gaddafi. I can find no reason to comply with the public prosecutor's request for the continued detention of Reichardt. There is no evidence to cast doubt on his claim that he's merely a friend of Dalcamoni. No urgent suspicion of involvement can be proved. Consequently, this office can find no pressing reason to keep this man in jail. There is absolutely no doubt he was the bomb maker. Those phone intercepts were completely unambiguous. I mean, we pick him up in the car with the Semtex, for God's sake. We gave them more than enough evidence. We risked our lives on this operation. Oh, yeah. You think the Justice Department gives a shit about that? What more do they expect from us? That's not the point. Somebody wanted Krisak to walk out of here. Why would they want that? Do you think we'll ever know? Maybe somebody owed him a favor. Maybe he was supposed to be working on our side. Maybe they thought they could get more out of him back in the field. Maybe there was no great desire to hold that kind of Palestinian activist in one of our prisons. I mean, what are we supposed to be doing here, huh? This is not about policing, this is about politics. All I know is we prevent the biggest terrorist action in our country's history and they won't let us put the bastards away. Well, just hope to God our lords and masters know what they're doing.
Royal Jordanian Airlines flight RJ122 Hamad is now available. Will all passengers please proceed now to gate 27?
On November 5th, 1988, Marwan Krysat was released and returned to Jordan, where he has since disappeared. 5 days later, the German authorities delivered a TIS Airlines at Frankfurt, describing in detail the Toshiba bomb device found in Dalcamoni's car. The telex concluded, it has to be assumed that there will be further efforts to bring similar explosive devices aboard aircraft.
Can I help you, sir? Yes, I need a jacket. Jackets over here. I can do you a very good price for that, sir. Okay, I'll take all these.
The FAA telex urged that procedure for the physical search of unaccompanied baggage should be rigorously applied.
So, good. Now, you are looking for areas of denseness here. Now, organic material will show up orange like this. Okay. What do I do if you see something that looks suspicious, you just put it straight off the line, okay? What's that mean? It's covered. And since we had this thing changed to color, it's been the same. But just wait here a minute, okay?
Austin, your boy.
Oh, just great man. He comes to us with profound security experience. His last job was a hotel porter. So at least he's used to suitcases. His crew has been on for 4 hours now.
You go brain dead staring at those screens for all that time. The manufacturers say you should break every 20 minutes. And now the goddamn X-ray machine has gone down again. Bully, you have got to do something here. Look, I already told the station manager. What do you expect me to do? That was weeks ago. Just gonna have to use the black and white, that's it. It's nowhere near as good for organic material. There's no chance we can pick up plastic explosives. Listen, I want to speak to somebody about a bomb threat. Hello? Who is this? There is going to be a bomb with an American flag out of Frankfurt. How do you know about this? You want to be on the lookout for a Palestinian living in Helsinki. His name is Yassam Garada. Did you get that? Yeah. He is connected to somebody working out of Frankfurt called Abdullah. They are going to get the device on board using a Finnish woman. She doesn't know anything about it, okay? Listen, where are you calling from? This is a terrible connection. Can I call you back? This will happen sometime over the next couple of weeks on an American flight from Frankfurt, a Pan Am flight to America.
I had a call from a friend of mine. He was embassy in Helsinki on a bomb warning. It signals out of Pan Am and Frankfurt. Then I called corporate security in New York. I already did. They're sending someone to Finland to check it out. And corporate security reminded me of that warning of bombs in Toshiba radio cassettes. So we've asked security in Helsinki to hand search the bags with every passenger who's going onto one of our planes. What do we have to do about it? They say we're supposed to look out for Finnish women passengers.
How do you rate this communication from a security perspective? It's the most specific I've ever seen. It names the time period, a carrier, and a route. And it just so happens that route is one that most government employees in this embassy would normally take. It's any Christmas, there's going to be an awful lot of our people taking Pan Am flights out of Frankfurt. I think our people should know about this. I suggest we post this morning.
Do we have the authority?
Well, we've never had one quite like this before.
Well, what's the FAA position?
The FAA never released their warnings to the general public.
What about the other embassies? Will they use it?
Well, that's up to them, but this cable is so pertinent to our situation here in Moscow. Ask yourself this question. If you were planning to travel in the next couple of weeks, wouldn't you take this information into account? Jesus, I heard a leak anyway.
Okay. We post an admin notice in the canteen so that all the embassy staff can see it.
I think it should be a little broader than that. I'd like to make sure that the U.S. business and expat communities are fully aware of this. Right. We make it public. Everyone should have the chance to make up his own mind how they want to deal with this.
Even though this has been a quiet year for terrorism, as far as airline travel is concerned, we should never allow this to relax our vigilance. Remember, there is one thing that stands between the terrorist and the fulfillment of his task. You. You are the last line of defense for the passengers on this airline.
You'll be pleased to hear I just got word from the Park Avenue Convention of the Great Business that this week. Season 3 of the Deutsche Mark since we set up about 6 months ago.
Well, I must have made their toes curl.
Something wrong, Colonel.
I don't know, Greg. They said I'd been singled out to help build a world-class system we could all be proud of.
luggage here is full enough to believe them. I spent the last 2 years of my life tearing around the airports of the world like a blue-arsed fly. Nothing seems to have changed. Nobody seems to care. As long as the money keeps rolling in and the planes take off on time. I've been fighting against thunder here, Rick. Just about had enough of it.
Carl, you type up that agenda for tomorrow's meeting?
Yes, understood. Uli, I noticed there's next to nothing here about security.
It's an administrative session.
Well, I was just thinking about that warning we got a couple of weeks back.
What are you talking about?
Well, you know, that they picked up that cell in terrorist cell up in Lois. Something about bombs in tape recorders.
And the man prepared us to do anything special with that one.
I recommend it should be on today's agenda.
You are going beyond your competence, Carl. This is not your job description.
I recommend that we take the batteries out of every single radio cassette player we find, okay?
We turn our people loose on the passengers' private property, smash heads and think they touch. We go broke paying the damage claims.
Uli, it's the only way to ensure...
airline in the world that go to these lengths. Do you think our passengers would be willing to check in 4 hours before a flight? Or they're not going to complain because suddenly they dragged off a jet because we couldn't match up a piece of luggage with a traveler? All these people want is to get home on time. Oliver, you gotta let me know that almost Christmas. All is said and done. Air travel is still safer than crossing the road.
Other than screening Finnish passengers, Pan Am's procedures at Frankfurt Airport remained unchanged. There was no briefing of security personnel to update them on threat information. No enhanced procedures were in place as a result of the Toshiba radio cassette information or the other security warnings issued between June and December 1988. The precise events of the day which was to end with the deaths of 270 people remain unclear and the subject of the biggest murder investigation in history. But official reports and records, supplemented by our own investigations, point to a pattern of security failures which marked the day of the tragedy. Our investigations indicated that the Lockerbie bomb began its countdown on December 21st in Malta. KM-180 on its 1,000-mile flight to Frankfurt is the start of a journey which will carry the terrorist brown suitcase through 2 further flights and 2 distant European airports. The timer in Marwan Krisat's cassette bomb has less than 10 hours to run. 1 p.m., Frankfurt Airport. A flight from Malta has landed. The baggage from Malta enters the most complex computer-controlled system in the world.
Investigations indicate that the terrorist suitcase moved through this system to its final checkpoint here in Frankfurt, Pan Am's Interline X-ray screening for its evening flight to London connecting for New York. On the evening of December 21st, Pan Am's color X-ray machine is still not functioning. The only check of the interline baggage will be through the backup black and white X-ray. Pan Am's records show that passengers joining PA-103 from other airlines checked 12 bags at Frankfurt, but the checklist of bags X-rayed by alert reveals that one extra bag passes through the machine on its way to the flight. No record of any accompanying passenger for that bag has been found. The X-ray operator on duty has received 1 day's training. It is unclear whether he has been made aware of the warning about a Toshiba cassette bomb. 4:30 p.m. A Boeing 727 is loading for its flight to London. p.m., the plane leaves Frankfurt for London on the first leg of flight PA-103. 5:40 p.m., the flight from Frankfurt approaches Heathrow Airport, London. The 49 passengers arriving from Frankfurt and traveling on to New York will transfer with their baggage onto a Pan Am Jumbo already waiting alongside gate K-16 at Terminal 3. The interline baggage already arrived in London from other starting points to connect with the New York flight is waiting in a container. The partially loaded container has remained unguarded for more than half an hour. None of these interline bags has been physically searched here. p.m. The bags from Frankfurt are transferred to the waiting container, joining the other interline luggage for New York. No new security checks are made. Pan Am relies on the checks already made in Frankfurt. The container is loaded into forward cargo hold 14L. Of Pan Am's Jumbo, the Maid of the Seas. 6:25 p.m., 25 minutes late, Pan Am 103 takes off for New York with 243 passengers and 16 crew.
On behalf of myself, Captain Jim McCory, and all of the cabin staff, I'd like to welcome you aboard our Pan Am Jumbo flight to New York, and to apologize for the slight delay in departure. Our flight plan this evening takes us north over the Scottish border, where we'll be requesting clearance to make our turn across the Atlantic. On behalf of all of us here, I'd like to thank you for flying Pan Am, and to wish you a pleasant flight and a happy holiday. I'll call Plessy for clearance, right? Good evening, Scottish. This is Scottish IDET, please. This is Clipper 103 requesting oceanic clearance. Clipper 103, good evening. For identification, squawk 0357 with ident, please. Clipper 103, route direct, North, 10 West to Kennedy. Maintain flight level 310. Clipper 103. Clipper 103. I'll get multiple returns. They're showing 5 returns. But fanning out downwind. Clipper 103, this is Scottish. Come in, Clipper 103. I've lost the Clipper. Shuttle reports an explosion on the ground. You're kidding. That must be the Clipper.
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about how sad it is to have to leave. It's so peaceful here.
Not very funny.
That's what you get for waking me this hour. Where?
Australia would take over in a couple hours.
Well, hurry home. I got reservations for 9:30 tonight.
Yeah? What's going on tonight?
Sure.
I'll see you tomorrow. Okay.
How's our little guy doing?
He's sleeping. You know, he saw a jet fly over yesterday. Wanted to know if you run.
Give him a kiss when he wakes up, okay? I'll see you guys in about 15 hours. I love you.
I love you too. Fly safe.
Always do. Bye.
Bye.
Hot date in LA?
Oh, anniversary.
Oh, how long?
10 years.
Wow, that's impressive, especially for a captain.
How's our weather look?
Smooth Hawaii sunshine. Big deal.
Good. We'll get you some first seat hours.
You got a place in line. I'll take care of the bags.
Okay.
We're on the LA flight. Yeah, oh, it's not that bad. It's gonna heal in no time. Huh?
I have an idea. Why don't we stay a couple more days?
You know we gotta get back. We'll come again. Press it.
Promise. Hi guys.
Hey, Maggie, how's our head feeling?
We're lying about how full. Hey Kim, don't.
What?
Ask her about last night. Maggie.
Maggie, I don't get into people's personal business.
Thank you. See you guys in a while.
So what did happen last night?
Did you get that final fuel weight?
Oh, come on, you can tell me.
I thought you didn't get involved in people's personal business.
I lied.
Mm-hmm.
Through, please.
Sir, 3 shots, please. Please go back through and empty your box.
Hello?
Sir? Empty bag, please. It's a gift for my wife. You know the song? Yeah, thank you.
surprised if we get a little turbulence right around mealtime.
Attention passengers on flight 762 for Los Angeles. We're beginning our pre-boarding. Passengers needing special assistance and passengers with small children may enter the aircraft at this time. Attention passengers on flight 762. We are now boarding all first and business class passengers only. Thank you. Attention passengers on flight 762 to Los Angeles. This is your final boarding call.
Letting me move.
Oh, no, stay right where you are.
You on the US team?
Oh, yeah, until I came up in articles. It's like a promotional term. We should have been here in the first place. Right. I'm Chad.
Natalie. It's just been great to get away. Thank you. Some champagne for you, Mrs. Spencer. Thank you.
Thinking about Philip.
But only now that we're going home. Just felt this to you.
Hi, Megan.
George! What a surprise!
I just can't stay away. But check and make sure you don't
What a business.
Who's on the flight?
John,
Prescott.
he'll be happy to see you.
No, I'm up.
See you soon.
See you later. George, what the hell are you doing here? Vacation. The girls had to go home early for a wedding. I went deep sea fishing. George, you want to say hi to Kim McGee, my girlfriend. Hi, Kim.
Hi.
George basically taught me how to fly. Just retired last year.
I've heard many a Georgiana tale on these long hauls.
You guys got work to do. You look better than I see than you did. Nice meeting you, Kim. Listen, while we're beach cruising, come on back. Okay.
Hi. You American? I guess most people in fly out. This is my first time to Australia. It's amazing how much it's like home. Were you on vacation? Are you okay?
Oh, dizzy all of a sudden. Excuse me.
Sir, can I help you?
Having chest pains. I'd like to get off.
I can call the doctor.
It might just be a panic attack.
No, I'm sorry, we can't hold the plane. You've got to switch to a later flight.
That might be best.
Why don't you take a seat? Let's just take a seat.
Can I see a ticket, please?
46H. I'll be right back. Are you gonna be alright?
Well, my passenger from the Oceanic 762 to Los Angeles. Yeah, I'll need to know if he's checked any luggage through. Right, thank you.
Is that right? I'm sure he is. Is that your carry-on? He took everything with him.
Captain Prescott here.
It's Maggie. A passenger in 46H is feeling chest pains. Wants to exit the aircraft.
Did he check any luggage through?
No, just the two carry-ons he's got with him.
Okay, let me go.
Sir, you can go. Are you doing alright? Yeah. May I have your attention, please? Janet, and the operators have less than 9 minutes Sydney Brown, Oceanic 762 on gate 19, requesting taxi.
Oceanic 762, clear to taxi runway 2. Right, near taxiway Bravo.
Yeah, well, if Maggie hadn't been there, there wouldn't have been any witnesses at all.
How many times have you broken up with this guy?
I know. But I had no idea he was in Sydney. I thought he flown to Europe. I got talking and...
And before you know it,
God, I hate pilots. Captain, it's Maggie. Wheels done. You want to make an announcement?
well, ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain Prescott. We've got a long flight ahead of us tonight, so as a courtesy to the other passengers, we appreciate it if you keep your cabin shades drawn. We're right now flying at approximately 39,000 feet. It's they're ahead of us, but if you decide to take a coup for us, maybe we'll keep your seatbelt fast. Have a very good night. See you in the morning.
Oceanic Airlines, Brand speaking. I want you to put me in contact with the head of flight security. Go ahead, Sid.
I want you to listen very carefully. This is not a hoax.
I have personally placed a device inside the passenger cabin of Flight 762.
Thank you.
Mine's Luke Cargo, Frankfurt JFK. Thought that was long. This just takes forever.
How many times have you done this flight now?
Yeah, I don't know, 20? Not you.
A few more times than that.
The minute I get home, I am heading straight to the hot tub.
We're halfway past the morning. It's down. Oceanic Flight 762, go ahead.
Go ahead, sir. John, it's Jeff Belmont at Atlantic's Flight Ops. Listen, about 3 minutes ago, we received a phone call from an outside party who claimed to have placed a device on your aircraft. Now, I'm going to play you a tape of the call, and you'll know exactly as much as we do. I have personally placed a device inside the passenger cabin of Flight 762. Any attempt to handle, move, or disarm the device will cause a catastrophic event. There is an envelope in seat 50H. It is addressed to Claire Munson, passenger. She must read the letter inside the envelope. She will then confirm this is real, and I'm real, and that the crew and passengers of Oceanic Flight 762 have 1 hour to live.
We have to open it.
Claire Munson. Remind you to apologize to Claire later, will you? Dearest Claire, till death do us part. Remember that. You also remember the day we were married. I'd give anything to have that day back. I've never stopped loving you. You will always be my wife. Underlined. Think about what you've done to me and how much you've hurt me. You and the man you married in 60 minutes to think about that, Philip.
That's it. Not a man's. Should be jealous of ex-husband.
I know the person who can tell us.
Excuse me, Clemens? Yes, Captain, I'd like to see you.
Hello, Mrs. Munson. I'm Captain Prescott. We've been made aware of a situation that might concern you. Do you know a man named Philip Deacon? This was found in the seat pocket of the rear cabin. He called in a bomb threat a few minutes ago, and there was Philip Deacon who boarded the plane in Sydney, but he got off right before we left.
Philip was in Sydney?
What we need to know, Mrs. Munson, is how seriously we should take this.
Very. You can never deal with the fact that you...
Would you know anything about explosives, how to build a bomb, anything like
He's
that?
an engineer. He works for Garner Chemical. He can make anything. Well, why bomb a plane? There's hundreds of innocent people. My new husband works for this airline. He's in marketing, but...
I think we need this credible.
You have to land. We need to get everyone off this plane.
The problem is there's nowhere to land. It has equal time point between Hawaii and the West Coast. Nelly's our only choice.
Well, how much time do we have? According to the letter, 60 minutes. How long until Los Angeles?
2 hours. Jeff, Oceanic 762, we're declaring an emergency.
I'll be there. I know what have the game start. Okay, just leave the ticket at roll call. Leave him down. Bye.
It'd be important that we avoid Mr. Garland, this is Jeff Belmont of Oceanic Air. I'm sorry about the Lakers, but we have a code red on a commercial 747 inbound from Sydney. Someone called in a bomb threat and it's been deemed highly credible. We need the best man there is, and that's you.
Okay, so what do we know? Have they located the package?
Not yet, but it looks as though it's somewhere in the passenger cabin, and apparently it's on a timer.
How much time do we have?
He said 1 hour. It was approximately 10 minutes ago.
Okay. Give me patching through.
I'll work on it.
You've been stalking me for over a year. I moved 3 times. And for the last few months, there was nothing, not a call, not a letter. I was praying that you'd finally given up.
John, it's Jeff Belmont. I just got off with reservations. Passenger Philip Deacon was in seat 46H.
Maggie, Deacon was in 46H.
I checked that area before he left the plane.
Why was the note in 50? Did you notice if he changed rows, anything?
No. All the passengers were coming aboard. They were moving around. It wouldn't have stood out.
No, 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 no.
Kim, I don't want you.
I know. Is anything there? Don't touch it.
So this Philip Deacon's just trying to give us a scare. Excuse me, is my wife still up on the flight deck?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea what the captain wanted to see?
I'll just be back in a few minutes. Excuse me.
Especially at this side of the opening and closing ceremonies for this summer's Olympics. Every venue, every accommodation will be our responsibility. The team staying not only in the Olympic Village, but in downtown hotels as well. We've really got our work cut out for us. Now, I'd like to introduce you to our special American guest from the FBI, Mike Tanner.
Thank you, Bill. First, let me say that I'm not here to give directions, just suggestions. We've had a lot of experience with Olympic security, first in Los Angeles in '84 and then Atlanta in '96. Each of these cities has presented its own set of problems, and I'm sure Sydney will have its own. In many respects, Sydney is more like Atlanta than Los Angeles. Each city is an international destination, and as such, a lot of security is already in place. Now, Disney might be Disney.
We had the longest range on Oceanic 762 en route to Los Angeles. A U.S. citizen who's believed to be still in Sydney called it in. We're going to coordinate things from here, Tom. I want you to get down to headquarters ASAP. The gate agent who saw this guy is heading down there now. And I want you 3 guys to get down to the airport.
Listen, this is a U.S. airline with a U.S. citizen on suspicion, so I'll come with you, okay? Hurry up.
Try talking it through. It was hard. It was fascinating.
How long were you doing that?
Pretty serious. Doing your senior year got pretty intense.
And if you're going to go to different colleges, 400 miles away from the point.
How about you? You want lessons? Let's have the girls lined up.
Yeah, right. All I have to do is try. I got a goal in life. Make a lot of sacrifices. All I've ever done is train since I was 5 years old.
You've never had a serious relationship.
There's a good part of that, though. We're about to break up. John, Kim, I need you on headset now. I can take this nonsense outside.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We attached your daddy the LA Metro Anti-Terrorist Bomb Squad. Go ahead.
I speak to the captain.
Yes, this is Captain John Prescott with my co-pilot Kim McGee.
Have you located the package?
Yes, we have. It's under 50H, on the right at the back of the plane.
Can you describe it to me?
It's a souvenir music box, 8 by 10 inches, maybe 6, 7 inches high. I can see a digital counter on the front, counting back for just over 50 minutes.
And Cole said it would go off when anyone attempts to handle or move it. So we'll assume it has two triggers. One time sensitive, the other motion sensitive.
What are these triggers?
Well, that could make more bad days.
We've increased our speed, but according to our calculations, we're still going to be an hour short of LAX by the time it starts.
We're going to have to get somebody down on the floor and attempt to disarm it.
Sorry.
Other than let it go off.
I'll do it. We need you here.
You'll be fine up here. I'm going to have George sent up as well. Mr. Gorman, I'm going to head back in a minute. I'll be on a cabin head set.
Is there any way you can evacuate the rear section?
Sure. That's really hard these passengers. Why don't you tell them? I'm not sure. I don't think the trip is the best option at this point. What about sketch house? Would that help?
I don't know, maybe.
It's pretty hard. Did anybody else see him?
Yeah, the other agent, she was on the outside of town. She's on her way down now.
Did you check to see if people feel like flying?
They couldn't find his name on any flight out of Sydney in the last 14 hours.
I'm calling States. He's got a passport. Got a picture. Captain, see you. Captain's requested an on-call.
John, what's up?
Georgia just declared an emergency. I have a situation I have to deal with in the back. Kim's gonna write first. I'd like you to write too, okay? What? Is everyone on?
Yes, sir. We're on.
Okay, here's the deal. We have a bomb threat. We located a suspicious device in the 50H. I want to evacuate the back of the plane. Bring all of those people up front, see them if you can, put the others on the floor. I'll be coming on the PA in just a moment to make an announcement. Now, the threat is not imminent. We've got a bit of a breathing room. Above all, I want these passengers to feel as though that nothing bad is going to happen. Is that clear? Anyone can count on all of you. This is Captain Prescott. If I could have your attention, please. It seems as though we've developed a ventilation problem in the rear cabin. Before you get nervous, let me just assure you that the plane is flying perfectly and there's no threat of mechanical malfunction. However, regulations do require that we move you to an unaffected area of the plane until the situation is correct. So the flight attendants will be asking all of those passengers in the rear cabin to join those passengers in the front cabin. Unfortunately, some of you actually have to sit on the floor. I apologize about the inconvenience and hopefully you'll be back in 6 shortly. Thank you.
Keep moving, please. Everyone, fight. All your belongings.
Mr. Gorman, I have a question. If this device actually explodes, can this plane take it?
Well, it's a crude device made with black powder, depending on the location. 747 could sustain a small blast.
What if it's made with something other than black powder?
C4, about the size of a golf ball, would cause a complete and very quick disintegration of the entire plane.
Everyone stays up front from here on. Got it? Those drapes closed.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take every available seat. If you cannot find a seat, please sit in the aisle. I've never been up front. These seats are huge.
Just be glad you got a seat. I can't believe they bring people in the aisles. You notice anything wrong?
No. Tyler went back there because he could
There's something else going on here. The pilot doesn't go back and plane for ventilation.
Well, what do you think it is?
I hope I'm wrong. This is going to be serious. See what I mean? Can you hear me?
I hear you. I'm putting you on speaker. Go ahead.
I'm here, Captain.
All right, I'm in position.
Look, Captain, there's something I gotta say. These days we operate all our equipment by remote. We rarely disarm the device by hand.
Oh, that makes me feel a lot better.
Well, I don't want to minimize the danger, so you're gonna have to follow everything I say to the letter.
All right. My brain's in my head.
Your hands and your eyes. You like basketball, Captain?
Yeah.
Well, that's what you're the game today, so here's the deal. I'll help you disarm this, but you gotta make the game.
Deal.
Good seats.
I'll let me sit next to the coach.
Are you in front of the device right now?
Right.
I need you to describe to me exactly what it looks like. I have to see what you see. Even with a straight-in approach and favorable winds, according to my calculations, we'd have to be lucky. Dave, I need this copied and distributed to everyone working on terminal, as well as every hotel and motel in the city. Is that our guy? Yeah.
Hello?
And it's Jeff. John's declared an onboard emergency.
What's wrong?
We don't have all the details yet, but I can tell you it's non-mechanical and it's non-weather related.
Which makes what, a hijacking?
I really can't tell you anymore. I just want to put you on alert.
I'm on my way down the van.
I think you're right. I just heard what they were saying. They think there's a bomb aboard. Why? They don't know, right? They're just talking. You wouldn't evacuate the back of the plane unless it was something. If I told you I wasn't scared, I'd be lying. Right now, it's just a bunch of passengers with just had to change seats. It's gonna be alright. I really believe that. Okay. The only thing visible is the timer, no wires. Should we move this thing to the middle section farther away from the fuselage?
That thing has a motion-sensitive trigger. You don't want to risk trying moving even an inch. First thing we need to do is determine if the lid has an anti-open trigger. You ready for this?
Listen, as ready as I'm never gonna be.
Okay. Start with the back, left side of the box. Take the knife blade. Slowly, very gently, insert it into the lid. Okay, not more than a half inch.
Done.
Good. Just relax. Remember the first game of the 97 playoffs?
Utah Bulls?
Remember Malone's free throw with the game on the line?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's you. Calm and cool. Just a gentle swish. Slowly, very gently. Slide and lean forward. 8 seconds to an inch. If you run into anything that even slightly obstructs the blade, stop.
Still moving. Okay, I made it to the corner.
Okay, Captain. That's where a lot of trip wires are placed.
Okay.
Okay, move to the front middle. Slow and gentle.
far as we know, he hasn't left Sydney.
Tanner,
Yeah, hang on.
just had some guy from the motel call in and ID him.
Okay, look, we gotta go. Bye.
You two okay?
Yeah, all things considered.
Police are looking for him, I'm sure they'll find him.
What good will that do? He won't tell us how to stop it.
We can start to open the vent once again, very gently, 1 inch at a time. Okay. Same caution. If you encounter any resistance at all, man, stop. Understand? What? Opening the lid slowly.
Captain, we're approaching turbulence, possibly severe. I think you should move away from the device.
Almost got it.
One good bump and that thing could go off. Right, Mr. Gorlin?
Afraid so. You haven't had any rough air yet?
This is the first. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're going to have a bumpy few minutes. For those of you with seats, I want you to fasten your seatbelts. Those of you without seats, I want you to sit on the floor and brace yourself against the nearest seat or wall. Flight attendants, make sure everyone's as secure as possible.
This is ridiculous. We don't even have seatbelts.
Yeah? You can sit there.
We're in it.
Any way around this?
Not that I can see.
All right, I've got it. I've got the lid open.
Can you see inside?
We're getting 2 feet up. We're going to find a spot. This is Oceanic 762, eastbound on Alpha, descending out of flight level 350.
Let's go to 310. I think it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Do you have any suggestions? What I can use to secure this thing?
We're going to take some electrical tape and try to tape it to the floor. It's going to be riskier because, well, you're already into the turbulence.
All right, I've got tape.
Ladies and gentlemen, please. I need you to stay quiet. I need you to stay quiet because we have to issue instructions.
So now we can't even talk.
Just keep your voice down, sir. It's a safety issue.
Safety issue, yeah.
Listen, you're not helping anything. Why don't you just shut up and let them do their job?
All right, I'm back in position.
Be careful, don't bump or jerk.
It already has been. It didn't go off.
We don't know its direction. We need to know the direction of the motion, not knowing how it's calibrated. We can't take any chances.
We better find a way out of this, or we're not going to have time to disarm it.
Taking it down to 290.
They're okay. Yeah, they're okay.
Got us into the radio on the way over, just praying that they can announce it.
Yeah. Someone's with Jake, right? I mean, I can call
Yeah,
him.
it's okay.
Someone called in the bomb threat just after they crossed the equal time point between here and Hawaii. The bomb is in the passenger cabin.
Can they turn back?
No. But look, we've got a millimeter bomb expert talking them through it.
Talking them through what?
They're trying to disarm it.
Kelly, Federal Police. UID Philip Deacon.
Yes, sir. What's up, George? What room's he in? He's up there right now. So what's he done anyway? Let's go. These boxes are used to transport biolethal materials. That's the sleep. Yeah, this has just gotten a whole lot worse. Garner Chemical. Get him on the phone. It's something called SX19.
Yeah, Dave, this is Kelly.
I need Garner Chemical on the phone. GARNER in the States. You're gonna make it out of this, you know that.
It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, none of these people would be in this situation.
You didn't do anything wrong. This is how I had to know about you.
I'd love to be able to believe that. But I can't.
Mr. Gold, I have the flight deck on hold. There's some information I need to speak to you about first.
Okay, go ahead.
They found where the suspect got the device. Now, we have no confirmation, but it appears that the device might contain a biochemical agent.
What?
Yeah. Now, are there any precautions that should be taken aboard the aircraft?
No. A plane is a sealed environment. Listen, if that's a biochem bomb, we have to keep it going on. You say you have people on the site when the bomb was made?
That's correct.
All right, have them look for a diagram. People don't build bombs like this off the top of their head. They had to be working on some kind of diagram. It would help a lot.
If it's there, they'll find it.
Deacon may also have it on it.
Okay. I secured it as well as I could. George, you did a hell of a job. Thanks a lot. Both of you, for that matter.
I appreciate it, but I'm glad you're back.
Passengers are getting anxious. I owe them an explanation. Oceanic 762, this is Jeff Belmont. The FBI has just informed us that Garner Chemical, where Philip Deacon works, recently reported the theft of some test tubes filled with SX19. We believe it's in the device.
They lost SX19.
What the hell is that?
It's a nerve gas developed by the military. A tiny, tiny amount, about smaller than a pinhead, will kill you. If you breathe it, it'll kill you. If you get it on your skin, it'll kill you. Remember that terrorist attack on the Tokyo subway a couple years ago? A lot of people were injured, some even died from certain nerve gas. SX19 is 10 times deadlier.
How quickly does it act?
If you breathe it, a minute.
That's why I put it in their ventilation. What if we were to cover it with some sort of a plastic or something to seal it?
No, it's highly corrosive. Going right through the plastic. Listen, Captain, you cannot let this stuff get into the air system. We're going to have to shut down your air cycle machines.
That'll pressurize the cabin. We won't have enough air to breathe.
Well, what if we drop the oxygen masks and descend to a equal altitude?
We'll burn up too much fuel flying at lower altitude. Run the numbers on the fuel, Kim.
We already did.
If you fly anywhere below 18,000 feet, you will make it to LA. I gotta talk to the passengers. The last thing I want to do is panic. It's gonna make it worse. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain Prescott again. I was hoping we were dealing with a hoax, but it looks as though we actually have an explosive device on the aircraft.
experts on the ground who are going to help us disarm this instrument. We're confident that we can deal with it safely if everyone would just stay calm and wait for further updates. That would help us a great deal. I want to thank you very much for your cooperation. Please remain calm.
John?
Anna, where are you?
The Oceanic office at LAX. I'm sorry. I just had to hear your voice.
They told you what's happening?
Yeah. Are you okay?
Oh yeah, just trying to get home a little ahead of schedule.
Should I keep the reservation too?
Call that restaurant, told them to keep that champagne on ice line. Never missed an anniversary before?
No.
Alright. I'll see you in a while.
I'll be waiting. I love you.
I love you.
Can they do that? Can they start a bomb over the phone?
I don't know. I'm sure it's possible.
It might still go off.
Yesterday I thought spraining an ankle was like the worst thing that could ever happen.
You know, I just keep thinking about my folks. I just want to see them die.
How's it going? Would you like another? Drink, another drink.
No.
Just over here if you need anything.
Oceanic 762, we have Philip Deacon on the line. He wants to speak to Claire. John, with your permission, I'll patch him through.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Claire, could I speak to you on the flight deck for a moment? Claire, we need your help. Philip just called again and he wants to talk to you. You got him on the satellite. No, I can't. Guys, Claire, listen to me. You've got to do this. He's the only one that can help us turn the device off. Now, whatever he wants to hear, you tell him.
Claire, there is no choice here. Okay, Jeff, got it.
She needs to keep him on the line as long as possible. They're tracing the call down in Sydney. All right? He's calling from a cell phone, so they're using a satellite tracking system. Also, there's a chance that he may be carrying the plans for the device with him. We've got to get our hands on them. It may be our only hope.
How long ago? Is he still on the line? We're on our way. Tanner, Deacon's on the line to Oceanic. He's in the city. Let's go.
You ready, Claire?
Go ahead.
Oceanic. Hello, Claire.
Hello, Philip.
What happened? Can't be.
be afraid of you, Philip. There are innocent people on this flight. They don't deserve this.
The call down for 10 block radio to the Long Island Beach area. He's still on the line.
I'll sit down with you. And we can talk about it. I'll do anything I can to help you, Philip.
No, it's too late.
You know it's not. It's not too late.
Did you say that? You want me to tell him how to turn it off?
We have a probable location of Pub 14, 11 Fraser. Suspect is still on the line.
I know the place.
Yes, Philip, I want you to tell them how to turn it off. But not for me. It's for innocent kids, their mothers, the people on this flight that have nothing to do with us. Philip?
You'd never come back to me.
I don't know what I'd do, Philip. I just know that this isn't the way.
What happened to us, Claire? I never stopped loving you.
Now let's sit down. Just the two of us. And we'll talk it out, huh? Let's do that.
Claire? Who's that? Who's him? He's with you. He's listening to us.
No, wait.
You don't care about me, you just care about him. You just want to save your precious husband. Let me handle this. But you both going to die.
It's the good thing. Hey, that's him. Get away.
No, please.
Danny, you with me?
Loud and clear. Looks like that beat.
So we're going to disarm a live bomb. It'll be that hard. I'm walk and talk you right through it. And you've done this before, right? So I got that bomb. So I got all my fingers.
Well, that's a good sign.
That's very good sign. I've already checked the top and tranquilize you. 5. So very slowly at the top. Take a look inside.
Inserting the knife into the lid again. Lifting the lid. Gently.
I already see those floor seats by me. What is it?
It's a music box.
What do I see inside?
Nothing. It's empty.
Take the back end.
Yes, sir.
See if we can remove the inside piece. And inserting the knife. Into the casing. Lifting it. There's a wire attached to the underneath. It's a booby trap.
It's the only way into the package.
There's about 4 minutes for me to do it anyway.
Take a step forward. We're not going to do anything. We're just going to talk, okay? We're just going to talk. One step forward. Just one step forward. I think we're just going to talk. Tell us how to disarm it.
I really don't like this, you know.
Tell us how to disarm it.
Very good.
Tell us. Tell.
If I were dead, would I know it?
No, but we would.
Okay, I see. Wires, circuits, a battery.
Okay, there's a terminal about 3/4 of an inch by an inch and a half. 8 different screws connecting 8 wires. They're of different colors. Computer chip with a series of numbers on top.
Did you get it?
Yeah, we got it. Miss, we think you may have left something behind. Did you find anything?
Well, just something.
There's nothing here. Was there anything else? Anything?
Some trash.
Show me the trash.
These false wires confuse anyone who might get this far.
Circuit board with copper.
Yeah, this is it. Is there more? Show me more.
Yeah, look this.
Right in the middle of all this, there's 3 glass tubes. They're filled with greenish type liquid.
Listen, whatever you do, do not touch it.
I need a piece of paper and some tape. This is it.
Are the wires color-coded?
Yes. Yes, they're colored. I see red, green, blue, yellow.
What's on the weather radar?
Nothing I can see.
Captain, we're hitting more turbulence. Maybe you should get out of there. We're getting out of this.
All stations. Oceanic 762. Eastbound on Alpha, position Betty, leaving 350 for 330. Due turbulence. Try this one.
What's yellow attached to it?
It's attached to a copper filament that's attached to the main circuit board.
It's a connection copper to copper.
Yes.
Go ahead, cut it.
Okay, it's cut.
Next wire.
Alright, let's go with red.
Copper to copper.
Yes.
Cut it.
Red's been cut.
There. Do you have a fax machine?
Yeah, back.
Show me.
This is Kim.
Yes. It's a cool announcement.
Okay, hold on. I want you to make the announcement. You're one of the most experienced pilots Oceanic has, retired or not. Would you do it?
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? We don't want you to be alarmed, but we may have to drop oxygen masks. And if that does happen, we are going to ask you to share them with your other passengers who don't have seats. We may have a fairly rapid descent, which is nothing to be alarmed about. You heard your captain tell you that this aircraft is flying perfectly. And if we do indeed make a descent, it will be for safety reasons. So everyone, stay cool, be considerate of your fellow passenger, and we'll all be home shortly. Have my word on that.
Alright, let's try blue. Wait a second, wait. This is connected to a small screw.
That's it. Loosen the screw. Okay, now be careful when you go in that the metal of the screwdriver doesn't come in contact with any exposed wires or conduits.
Alright. Alright, it's loose. Now what?
Now here comes a tricky part. The initiator should be located directly between the positive and negative conduit. It should be a small blasting cap on the round cylinder.
I see it.
You have to remove it without touching either conduit. Handle it out of this housing so you can cut the wire underneath.
I see it. I see the wire.
Cut it, Captain. Cut that wire. Now!
Look at these guys.
You there?
I think I used some like tickets.
Was it everything done?
Should I do something with this thing?
No, leave it where it is. It can still be dangerous. You just bring the plane home and we'll take it from there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have good news. The device has been successfully disarmed, and we anticipate no further problems. We'll be landing at LAX shortly, and we thank you for your patience.
Captain, you still back there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I'm afraid I have some bad news. We got the diagram. There's a backup trigger set to activate if the primary trigger is disabled.
You telling me this thing is still armed?
He said it's so that it can't be turned off. It's rigged to a pressure sensor that reacts to changes in the altitude.
So it'll go off if we try to land.
Or if you just change altitudes, could be 5,000 feet, could be sea level, or anywhere in between. We have no way of knowing. If you can't get you flying, use the terminal to get you landing.
What if we wet some blankets and wrap it around the box to help absorb the gas?
No, it's the worst thing you can do. Keep water away from it. Water acts as an accelerant.
Listen, Captain, we have to send this thing on a deck.
Take it as far away from it as you can. Get the plane on the ground. Get the people out.
There's no way the sun's from
That is clear. Just one they'll see.
I'm on my way back to the flight deck. You realize how fast we're going to be moving when we hit the ground?
All right, listen, I'm going to sail the line with you. Good luck, Captain.
You guys hear that?
We better get this thing on the ground.
Maggie, everybody there? All right, I wish I could say we're out of trouble, but we're not. So this thing is going to detonate as we descend for landing. There's not going to be an explosion. There's going to be a release of a very harmful gas. Don't go near it. Do not touch it. I want to prepare for an emergency landing. I want everyone off this aircraft as quickly as possible. I want to go through the 2 front cabin doors. You understand that? Do not by any means let anyone go near the rear of the aircraft. Good luck.
I will be there when he comes up that plane, Jeff.
Okay. I'll see you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain Prescott. First of all, I want to thank everyone for your composure and your cooperation. It's been a difficult hour, and you've all been great. Unfortunately, I'm afraid we're not out of the woods yet. It seems as though the device might detonate as we descend for landing. There will not be any type of an explosion, but there's a possibility a toxic gas will be released. The gas is visible. Do not, under any circumstances, come into contact with it. As soon as the aircraft is safely parked on the runway, we'll be making an emergency exit through the front doors in the front cabin. There'll be plenty of time for your flight attendants to explain the procedure. I do not by any means want anyone going to the rear of the aircraft. If everyone follows instructions, we should be safely on the ground within minutes. Flight attendants, begin preparations. You okay?
Okay, you?
Actually, a little bit anxious.
John.
Yeah.
Nothing. Just glad we're almost through this.
It's just letting us plan to get the people on the ground safely, huh? George, I knew you couldn't stay retired.
Retired was looking better all the time.
Oceanic 762 Heavy, we've got you about 30 miles out. We cleared all other traffic and you can descend at 9,000 feet.
Oceanic 762 Heavy, descending 90.
90.
Here we go.
So far, so good.
Oceanic 762 Heavy, turn right, heading 130.
Oceanic 762 Heavy, turning right, 130, altitude 6,000 feet, descending.
Captain,
We're still here.
we're going to have a hazard material team. Like, from my calculations, once the device goes, you're going to have casualties. Don't, I repeat, do not attempt to help. Okay, once a person feels the effects of SX-19, it's already too late. You understand?
Roger that. How fast will it spread?
Once the device goes, it'll be about 10 seconds before the gas appears. Once the gas is visible, it'll spread quickly. Got to move those people through the door.
Got it.
Good luck.
All right, we're 5,000 feet coming in. I'm going to do what I can to help the evacuation. Listen. Thanks, George. Sorry. Sure. Is your first emergency land?
Yes.
No one hesitates to bed for. If they do, you put your hand in the back and help them out. How about the service elevator? How long does that take to get down?
I don't know, maybe 5 seconds?
Good.
Why?
You're down flaps 20.
You down? Next one.
Anna, I think George is dead. He put the device into the service elevator. I think it's gone down to the cargo hold.
Fine, prepare for emergency landing, Maggie. We'll be bringing it down hard and fast. Recirc fans off.
Recirc's off.
Flight attendants on the lower deck will be directing you to the two exits at the front of the plane.
All eyeglasses, neckties, false teeth must be removed.
What?
It's Maggie. The gas is coming down the aisle.
How fast is it spreading?
I don't know, maybe 2 minutes.
All right, Maggie, you're down now.
Fifty above, decide.
Land.
Reverse now!
Right, Maggie, I want you to get in line and get out of here. Go on. That's all. Come on, we got to get it. We got to get these people out of here. Come on.
questions. By the way, I'm watching you on TV.
All right, it's okay. The plane's empty. Everyone's out.
You're a little pick would have made it without you, believe me. Well, I'm looking at my calendar here. The Hawks are in town next week.
Yeah, there'll be good seats.
Floor seats. Well, Captain, I have a confession to make.
What's that?
I got my games mixed up. All missed that brief.
I know. It was in and out. You were doing so well, I didn't want to stop you. I'll see you Saturday night.
Good job. Let's go.
Oh, shit. God damn it.
So, where's the man that I was dealing with in this interview? Was it you?
How do I look like a manager?
Well, where's the gentleman that I was communicating with in the letters?
A gentleman. I sent you a telegram. My name is Penny Daniels. I'm from Inside Story in Miami. You were dealing.
This is Miami. They said this was France. Didn't you say this was France?
They said over there, but then
Oh, you were under the impression that this was an interview with someone from France?
Yes.
No, this is Miami. Inside Story. You were dealing with Fran Myers, Justine Schmidt, and then I sent you a telegram. My name is Penny Daniels. This is DOA. Why don't you have a seat?
No, we'll finish. We'll get what we're doing here. What was the letter that you got? Do I get a roll of this film?
Did you get a roll of this film, a copy of it?
No. No, see.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
See, what I did was I got a deal with this guy from France that he gets a roll of film and I'll do the interview with him. And then he gives me a roll of film on the side. I get to do a half hour with him and then I get a half hour of my own.
To make any statement you want.
Yeah, to send to this address here.
that was not I'm not the person from France and we are not stationed.
Well,
However, what is the address? I might be open to talking about it too.
yeah, in other words, like, we already made a deal between Miami and me. They said that was okay too.
That could be, I'm not aware of it. What is the address?
The address is in Hollywood.
Hollywood, California. Who is the person? Nick Brugus? Who is he?
French.
You want me to give you a tape of the interview that you do here and send it to this man?
I want a half hour off of your line. In other words, we're doing this for you. Half hour difference. Why am I doing this? I like to hear it. Celebrity. I'm not a person to interview. I don't like to play interviews. But I'm stuck under a game of ignorance. I'm stuck under little brain people. Okay? And I have to try to get around that the only way I can. The only time I can get unhandcuffed is when I'm here with the media. I've been 20 years in handcuffs. If that makes any sense to anybody in this world, 20 years in handcuffs, so you can say, Daddy, to you, I mean, get off that trip, get up off of me. I'm serious. I say, get up off of me. You understand what I'm saying now?
I understand what you're saying. I'd like to talk about some of these things. Are you telling me, let's get this straight, are you telling me that you'll do the interview for you?
Yeah, I'll do the interview for you. And then I get a few minutes to send it to this. No problem. I figured that, that would be worth something.
Okay. So, you want to do that?
You don't run a damn thing. You don't run a damn thing. You understand what I'm saying to me? You don't run nothing here. Whatever he's telling you, if he's putting his importance over you, there ain't nothing over you right now, except my old lady in Florida. My old lady's over you in Florida. And that's the only thing that's over you. You take that all the way to Rican and his horse.
Where's your old lady in Florida?
Sweetie's in Florida right now. And they took her from Kentucky. She's trying to get us a trial. We didn't get a trial. We didn't get our rights. We didn't get anything. We were tried by the news media. We weren't tried by the courtroom. The courtroom the news media was selling it. It was making money. It was buying and selling it. And when it's making money, they're going to sell it. They don't care who's got to pay the price for it. But we had to pay the price for it, I didn't break no law. Everybody in the world knows that. But it seems like these people around here, they can't get in their brains that I didn't break no law.
What has Twinkie got to do with me?
Because there's only one woman, girl. There's only one woman.
What does that mean?
That's Jesus. You're on the cross, woman. People don't even know where you're at, what you're doing, and what's going on in the world.
You're saying there's one woman, is there one man?
Man died in the war. Arlington Cemetery's got all the men. 2,000 years, the man's been dying. It's all a reflection of mother. Let's go to Lebanon or go to Babaskan or go out in the jungle. You might find one, but I don't think you're going to find one not out in this madness. They're all working for you. She knows that. Sure she does. Sure she knows it. She knows there's only one. It's got nothing to do with me personally. When I got out of jail last time, she come up and she said, can I hang around you? I told her, no way. She says, why? I said, every time I left you, end up in jail. Put you back in jail.
This was in 67?
Yeah, this was 67.
You know her before that?
I knew her in dreams. Her daddy's a rocket scientist. He makes rockets and Boeing aircraft. And I met her on the street corner. She had no place to stay. Her parents kicked her out, And I knew what her heart was and what she was running and what she was doing, because that's an old garbage can to me. I've run through that before. So I told her, no way. And she said, said, I won't put you back in jail if you don't break the law. If you break the law, you put yourself back in jail. And that's true, you know. So I said, all right. So I said, you give me your word as your bond, and your bond is your life. And she said, yeah, I give you my word. You know. I said, okay. So she hung around for a while. And the reason that there was a lot of girls around that place is because I play music. And I play pretty good music.
Do you play music now?
I know these jealous snakes that's on top of me are lacking in manhood. So they don't want nobody like me to live. They do their damnedest to kill me every day they get the chance, you know.
You're not allowed to talk.
No, I'm not allowed anything.
You miss the music.
Yeah, that's what I live for, music, yeah.
How long has it been since you played?
Quite a while. They let me touch it every once in a while, but they don't want me to play. It's like everybody wants the attention. I don't want the attention. I just like to play music.
Why are you doing this interview, Charlie?
Because I can get another roll of film and send it down to Bogus, and I owe him a little something.
Is that the only reason?
And that my old lady's in Miami, but she's in Florida.
What has that got to do with it? What has she
Well,
made?
she'll see this, and she'll know that I'm still where I'm at in relation to here.
You call Squeaky your old lady. Does that mean you have a romantic relationship?
No, I don't play all that. She's just a friend. What you would call a friend. She does what she wants. I do what I want. She's just a person. They say that I was a leader in a family of people, which is that's funk. I had a lot of friends because I play a lot of music. A lot of people like my music, and we were all friends. There was no such thing as follower, leader. There was no leaders or followers. There was just people, intellect, intelligence. There were people, intelligent life forms, and there was a bunch of kids who were working out their problems for that particular time and that particular space. And each had to do what they felt they had to do for the problems that they were working on, which really had nothing basically to do with me. I'm not of the 60s. I'm not a generation of the 60s. The 60s were little kids to me. The Beatles were like punk rock is to you. That's what the Beatles was to me. They would think, that's not my era. My era was Bing Crosby. I'm 53 years old. I'm not a TV popper. But all the kids, they would come to me and say, we got no place to go. And I'd say, well, I got no place to go. So they were throwaway kids, and I was a throwaway kid.
Tell me a little bit about your background. Tell me if you could describe your childhood in a couple of sentences. How would you describe it?
I didn't have a childhood.
Tell me a little bit more. Tell me more.
I went to reform school in '43, and I've been fighting ever since.
Was it as bad as you describe in the book that was co-authored by New Orleans?
That wasn't my book.
That was your book. What about the part describing your childhood and your experiences in reform school?
That was him writing the book.
So, the part about that school in Indiana, that's not true?
Bits and parts of it are true, and bits and parts of it aren't.
Give me a hint.
He gets little information from other people, and anybody that wants to tell him something, and what he wants to believe, and what he feels will sell to the public, then that's what they'll write.
Okay, well, let's not talk specifically about that book then. Tell me how you would describe how bad it was for you in these reform schools.
A child don't know what bad is.
Well, he says in the book that you were raped, that you were beaten constantly.
Come on, man.
That's not true.
That's what he would like to believe. No, ain't nobody to do that.
So you didn't have a lousy childhood then?
Yeah, I had a terrible childhood. But I'm from here.
In other words, you didn't.
I've never sold out. They never beat me. I haven't been beaten.
Tell me about your terrible childhood.
The child doesn't know what terrible is.
You don't want to talk about it.
I'm telling you, the child doesn't know what terrible is.
Give me a little description of it.
What is terrible? Terrible. What does that mean, terrible?
I don't know. You used the word, so I'm trying to get
No,
you to
I
describe
didn't.
it.
He used the word in his book. I didn't. I'm not a sniveler. I don't cry. I don't snivel. I don't look for excuses to get off on other things. You know, I accept my position and I hold it.
Let me ask you something. How do you spend your days now, since you're not allowed to play music? How do you spend your time in jail?
Sitting.
Just sitting? Do you do anything else? Do you read?
No.
Do you walk?
No.
At one point, I read somewhere that you were making dolls. Is that true?
I make those dolls. Yeah.
Tell me about that.
I just started taking string and making little dolls, bugs and spiders. It's a new art form. I'm creating a new art form.
Anything else like that? Any other things that you do in jail?
And yeah, I run an underworld.
You run an underworld in jail.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
You don't see? I fly birds. I look out for wildlife. I'm trying to redeem my trees. I have an organization called Atwa, rolling now, trying to redeem life on the planet Earth from the people that destroy it.
Tell me more about that. Who's destroying the Earth and why?
The things that we do as human beings that are accepted and called right 100 years ago have changed. Years ago, we could cut down trees and we could afford an exuberant lifestyle. We can't afford that no more. We're running out of atmosphere. We're running out of water. Our water's becoming so poisoned and so polluted, we're not going to be able to drink it.
Well, you missed it, Cat.
The trees are being cut down so fast. Lumber companies are just... The United States is owned by foreign corporations. Nixon opened it up for foreign trade. And when Nixon opened up for foreign trade, the people of Europe and the common market in Spain and different places, they don't care about the United States forest. And in short, the United States has been sold out by people who really don't care for anything but money. I've had all the money in the world 3 times. I had to give it back to keep the game going.
What game?
The game. It's a game. Money is a game. It's only real to the people who work for it. The people that don't need to work for money, it's an monopoly game. It's a game of paper. It's all on paper. I've got a production company, and I've got a recording company, and I've got a mansion in Beverly Hills, and I've got Rolls Royces and Ferraris. I've got everything money can buy, but it's all on paper. Everything's done through the companies and through the tax loopholes, and the people that live on that level, they don't care about the average honest mule that just goes back and forth to work. They don't care about the children that are in the streets that are thrown out of this upper echelon of existence. And then when all the children fall down into me on my level, I pretty much identify with them because I was a throwaway also. So it goes to the point of, do you really care? And he does care. And if anybody cares, they'll be sitting crazy. I've been 50 years in the network for trying to stop the trees from being cut down. From trying to rearrange a lifestyle of a bunch of people who don't want to change. But they're going to change because the cold wind is blowing. You're going to change and there's going to be no life left on the planet Earth. And then there's a bunch of little people that are always trying to play act some sort of importance over the truth about what is rolling on the planet Earth now. Or she might use for me. Or we might use for another one of the friends. And I say old lady.
Let's get back to that talk about God for a minute.
Tell me once again. I don't know if we got that. What you were talking about being God's messenger. Tell me that again.
Life is God. All life, bugs, birds, trees, everything that's alive is God. The sun is God. But we've got God over here on a cross. We've got a dying man over here on a cross, and we're all leaving down hoping that if we die, there's a better place somewhere else. Well, you got a whole bunch of people hoping that they die creates a hell of a big energy. And I call it a death wish. It's mother's death wish. It's what everybody's going towards dying, like the Vietnam War when they wanted to blow the world up.
And what have you got to do with God once again?
I'm just a messenger of the truth.
God's messenger?
Life's messenger. We use the word God. The God hooks all the other words up. I'm the Pope. I'm 10 times the Pope. I'm 50 times the Pope. But I'm the Pope in the hills and in the mountains. I'm already out of here. This enclosure here, I'm out of here. My body's stuck here, but my thought is already gone.
When you told me you ran an underworld, is that a joke?
No. No, why would it be a joke?
It's not a joke.
No, when your word is good, it's good.
What do you mean by that?
When your word is good, it's good.
What do you mean by that you run an underworld? What do you mean by that?
A little kid came to me a long time ago in McNeil Island, and he said, "Would you teach me how to speak English?" I said, "No, I won't teach you how to speak English. You're too stupid." He said, "I'm not stupid." I said, "Come on, let's go play some handball." So I taught him how to play handball, and I taught him how to speak English, and I taught him how to tell the truth. He lives in Peru.
What does that got to do with running an underworld?
All I got to do is tell him anything I want him to know, and he knows I don't lie to him.
Is that what you did with your so-called followers?
No. No. Yes, in a proportion. Yeah, sure. But I didn't break the will. I didn't break the will.
Are you saying that they didn't do anything they didn't want to do?
That's it. In other words, if I'm with you, whatever you do is your business. I tell you, if you drink out of that cup, you're going to get so-and-so, and you say, "Well, I said, "Well, that's up to you. If that's what you want, if you go ahead and do it, I mean, that's you. I don't break your will."
What did your followers do?
I didn't have any followers. I had 2 friends.
What did your friends do?
They did whatever they had to do.
And what was that?
Whatever it was.
Did any of your friends kill people?
Sure.
Who did they kill?
They killed lots of people.
Did they kill Sharon Tate and the people that night?
I imagine so. They said they did. They did.
Did you tell them to?
No.
Let's talk about something else for a minute. Do you ever have any contact with your children? You fathered at least 3 children, right?
I've got a whole lot of children.
Do you have any contact with them?
I got prisons full of children.
Real children.
I'm talking about real. Yeah.
Children that you fathered, you have prisons full of.
Every child that died is a friend of mine.
Charlie, you know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about, do I have any ego children?
Biological.
If you and I have a child and you take the child off and you raise him to be like you, he's not like me. He's like you.
Are you in contact with any of your biological children?
Anyone.
Squeaky Fox.
I'm in contact with everyone.
Are you ever in contact with your mother, your biological mother?
I am my mother.
Are you ever in contact with any other members of the so-called Manson family, your friends?
The Manson family was a music group. The music group I had was called the Family Jams. And all the girls sang in the music group. And all the guys played in the music group. It had nothing to do with a cult. It was a music group.
Whatever happened to those people? Are you in contact with them?
Sure, they're all doing fine. We're all doing the same as we was doing before. You can never split us apart because we were never together. We were together in soul. We were together in truth. And every one of them knows I've never lied to them. I've never lied to anyone about them or around them. They've never seen me in a lie.
Do you ever get letters from people?
Yeah.
Tell me about some of the letters you get from people.
I get all kinds of letters from all kinds of people, all kinds of kids, all kinds of people that are lost, people that are needy.
Do you write them back?
Sometimes, occasionally.
What do you tell them?
Hello, hi, how are you?
You give them advice?
Advice. Slip in.
Do you give them advice?